Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here, holding it down. Midday on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hope everyone's having a great hump day. Zay, how's your hump day?
Not too shabby, my guy. Happy hump day, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Oh, man. We're cruising along, you know. We got some things. We got some things to look forward to on today's show. Our man Chris Hummer, our national college football guru, will join us at 3:00. We got some interesting games this week. Say, Texas is off, of course, but we've got we've got Penn State, Oregon. We're going to find out what those boys are made of, those Penn State Nittany Lions. We got A&M and Auburn. We got Ole Miss, LSU, Illinois and USC. More importantly, Indiana at Iowa. Ohio State finally goes on the road to Washington and Georgia, Alabama.
It's a good week.
Kirby has had trouble with the Crimson Tide. Who you got in that one? Georgia, Alabama.
I don't know, man. That boy Gunnar Stockton really earned my respect a couple of weeks ago when they went up to Knoxville, Neyland Stadium, and handled their business, and Stockton was making some big-time throws. But Alabama, they look like a different team than the one we saw week one against Florida State. So how much has changed? What you mean? How much has changed from that game from Florida State? Because they're acting like, okay, this is the Alabama team we were all expecting. Like, that's how Alabama fans are feeling now. Like, oh, that was just a bad game. Don't trip. Florida State, that's fool's gold. That's not who we really are. We just had to get woken up. And now they're woke. They're ready to go. And they're trying to beat up on the Bulldogs again. Because you're right. Kirby does have something against Alabama. I thought it was a Nick Saban thing. The last year, Kalen DeBoer came strolling up in there. And that game was one for the ages. Jalen Milroe running all over the place. Ryan Williams, he's only 17. That's when all that crap was coming out and stuff. So, yeah, a lot of different faces. But, yeah, Gunnar Stockton. Boy, Gunnar Stockton, tough, man. He's like a Friday Night Lights type of guy. Like, that's where he reminds me of. Like, I don't know where he's from, what part of Georgia he's from, but I feel like it's a small blue-collar area where all they do is eat, sleep, and crap football, and that's how he plays. Like, NFL aspirations, I don't know, but for college, he's cut from that same cloth that Stetson Bennett had. Can he have all the success that Stetson Bennett had? I hope not, because Texas still has to play them in a couple of weeks. But no, Gunnar Stockton, I was very skeptical on him coming into the season. Now, feel good about him, which is scary for the rest of the nation.
Yeah. That Tennessee game, I think, opened a lot of eyes. Uh-oh. Now we're getting Gunnar Stockton hairline jokes.
No, it's worse than that. LeBron, he's had his doctored up a little bit. LeBron got that billionaire money, so he's, paid for a hairline. Gunnar Stockton, I know NIL good, but it ain't that good yet.
You still cracking on Marcus Freeman's hairline?
No, it's a lot tighter. He's still, it was a work in progress type of thing. Because when he was first getting it done, now it's professionally done. That's not organic. I will continue to say that. That fade, that hairline, it's too perfect. It's too crisp. At the beginning, oh, man, you could really tell. It was bad at the beginning, but it was a work in progress. Obviously, he had to go to multiple appointments to get him to a more natural look to where he's at now. The dude is one of the most handsome guys in college football coaching, that's for sure. I'm man enough to say that. But yeah, let's keep it a bug. That ain't organic, Marcus. Ain't organic. It took a lot of Skrilla to get that fade and hairline nice and tight. So
you are killing me.
I'm glad he feels good about it. You know, Elko's hairline. What hairline?
Did you see this? That Sister Jean at Loyola Chicago has retired due to health concerns. She is 106.
Hold on. I didn't know she was working. I thought that was a bit. They really had her working?
Yeah.
I thought that was a bit. Like, I thought she was like the honorary nun of the program. Like, she would pat you on the head and bless the kids and bless the players. And I thought it was a bit. Like, I thought it was for clicks and stuff. It was a cool story. It's cute. She loves her hoops, but they really had Sister Jean working?
She served as the campus minister and chaplain of the Ramblers men's basketball team beginning in 1991. And she turned 106 on August 21st. And now she is saying, amid growing health concerns, Loyola's Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt is retiring.
Damn.
You go, Sister Jean. Enjoy your, 106th year on this planet.
She's been in the game a long time, say the least. But yeah, that's okay. What you just said, that's basically what I said. Like, she's just patting dudes on their head and blessing them. Sprinkling a little water on them. I don't know how it goes. Yeah, sprinkling that holy water on them and stuff like that. Yeah. Porter Mosier, I thought he was going to take Sister Jean with him to Oklahoma. He could have used Sister Jean, how Porter Mosier's teams have been.
Yeah.
Like
Porter Mosier could have used Sister Jean.
He could use Sister Jean. I would have said, what's her buyout? Like, I get it. She's been She's been in Chicago her whole life, basically, but still.
Her buyout is keeping her comfortable.
She would have been comfortable in Norman.
106. Let's just keep her comfortable.
Yeah, taking her to Norman. She would have croaked a long time ago. That would have happened. She would have made it to 106. Norman would have took a life out of Sister Jean. She doesn't deserve that. So good move for her sticking in Chicago, but they haven't been able to capture that, pageantry of the Final Four that they did that year. That was a fun team. Them white boys could hoop. They all looked like they watched the movie Hoosiers before they played. Like, it was so fundamentally sound. I love basketball like that. Like, you didn't see much crossovers. You didn't see any flash. Everything was fundamentally sound to the T. Perfect arc on the jump shot. Perfect hand placement. Elbow in.
Them white boys could hoop.
Them white boys could hoop, man. They were all like Jimmy from Hoosiers.
Jimmy Chitwood.
Jimmy couldn't talk. Jimmy rolled up in there and said, yo, y'all ain't getting rid of Gene Hackman. Y'all want me to play? This is all y'all got. All y'all got is Hoosiers basketball. It's sad, but hey, this is life. One of my teammates' dads, drunk, the assistant coach. Life's hard out here. So y'all better keep coach around if y'all want me to play with this wicked jump shot of mine. Yeah, all those guys. They said, well, I guess we got to keep coach. Coach took him to the state championship.
What's your favorite sports movie?
Oh, man. I'm ignorant. Sports movies, it's the program. Any given Sunday, Varsity Blues is up there. Waterboy. You've been trying to get me to watch that '70s basketball movie for years now. I'm wrong for not watching it. I apologize. I don't.
Hoop Dreams.
Well, not that one. Hoop Dreams is a classic.
Yeah. With Gabe Kaplan.
Yeah,
Fast Break.
Famous.
Fast Break.
Fast Break. You've been trying to get me to watch that for a hot minute. I'm sorry I haven't watched it yet. I'm glad you brought this up because now I can put it in the calendar.
It's like if I recommend it, you move it to the bottom of the list.
That's not true. I watched Air.
Finally, after months.
It took like a couple months. Yeah.
Fast Break, Cadwallader U with Bernard King. Michael Warren's in that movie. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, it's so bad it's good. And considering the movies you just mentioned as some of your favorite sports movies, Fast Break is gonna fit right in.
Bet. I like that.
Waterboy and Major League or whatever.
Yeah, Major League, hell yeah. Major League's up there.
Major League.
Yeah, Hoop Dreams is a dark movie. Hoop Dreams is hard to watch. For one, it's long as hell. It's about 4 hours, but yeah, one of the
Hoop Dreams is boring as hell.
Yeah, one of the kids' dads, a crack addict.
Yeah, man. I mean, they were with him. They were with those guys for 6 years.
Yeah, the dude blows out his knee. We've been following him for 6 years. His senior year, he blows out his knee. It's a dark movie. It's tough.
It's like Richard Linklater's movie Boyhood. He followed those, that movie took like 10 years to film.
It's crazy. What's your favorite sports movie?
Huh?
What's your favorite one? Your sports movie?
My favorite sports movie is probably Remember the Titans and then Rocky.
Okay, yeah.
And then I love Bad News Bears. I love Major League.
The classic Bad News Bears or the one with Billy Bob?
Yeah, classic with Tatum O'Neal and Kelly Leak and Walter Matthau. Have another beer, Buttermaker. Yeah.
Man, remember the Titans. That's one of those where it's good. I get it. It's Denzel. It's deep. Ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low. It's deep. It's a great movie. But Sunshine on the double reverse to Rev, where Sunshine's getting out as lead blocker. Come on, man. Come on, man. This dude also could throw a perfect spiral. He has one of the best arms we've ever seen, but he can't make the pitch. He can't make the simple option pitch. That was it. That was, for one, Rev. I'm sorry, but if Rev is still in the lineup, if Rev
You're taking this movie apart because of that.
You know how I feel. Oh, there's multiple things I could take the movie apart with. You know how I feel about the left tackle that's a $165 that they tried to throw off as a racist. Instead, he's playing against all-state edge rusher, Aiden Hutchinson's grandfather. And Aiden Hutchinson's grandfather kills Rev and breaks his hand. And here comes the old captain. He missed the block, coach. All right, son, kick him if you want to. He hasn't been in this program for years. He missed the block. He's racist. He's a racist, coach. He missed the block. He's my best friend, but he missed the block. No, he's a $180 playing right tackle. Of course it's a mismatch. I had a problem with that. I'm sorry. I get if the kid was really a racist, we don't know. We're speculating. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hear a hard R in that movie from that kid. I didn't hear him say Luke Niggaman anytime in that movie.
Hello.
I never heard that. You know what I'm saying? He was just a little different. And they gonna kick him off the team because he got beat off the edge by Aiden Hutchins, by JJ Watt's grandfather. Like, tough, man. That's tough. That's hard for me. That's hard for me to get past. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
I can tell.
Maybe I'm crazy. You know what I'm saying? The dude's been working his whole life. They won state that year, Chip, without the paralyzed all-world captain. They still won state, and my man wasn't a part of it because he missed the block. It's tough. It's tough, man. Disney, love me some Disney, but I don't know about that one. If I was Denzel, I would have been like, maybe we should change this. Some people aren't going to find this believable. I get it. This is one of those movies where race is a big deal, but I don't know. He missed the block. It happens.
Okay, I'm going to get you off of Remember the Titans.
All right.
Have you seen the movie Slapshot?
I have not.
Okay.
Sounds like a hockey movie.
Yeah, it's about a minor league hockey team. Paul Newman is like the aging superstar on this minor league hockey team. It's the hockey version of Major League.
Okay.
And there are three brothers, the Hanson brothers, who are goons. They're hilarious. They wear horn-rimmed glasses with tape on the nose. And
what year did this come out? This sounds like.
Oh yeah, it's old. It's old, like 77, I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
We.R. Marshall, sad, man.
I got it right. 1977 for Slapshot. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah, so The Natural, I didn't feel that one. I wasn't feeling that one as much. Roy Hobbs. But I didn't get the whole Field of Dreams thing either. And I know people love Field of Dreams, so I need to just
lock in and watch it again. Yeah.
Watch it again?
Yeah, watch it again.
Field of Dreams?
Yeah. You a Bull Durham guy?
Yeah, Bull Durham, I like Bull Durham.
Yeah, I like the way Susan be moving in that movie.
Yeah, Susan.
Yeah. You know, Susan, my girl, always has been. That's, yeah. Susan be doing her thing. League of Their Own, classic. Rosie O'Donnell, Madonna, Tom Hanks. See, these are a couple movies that you wouldn't know much about because this was a little after your time.
Well, hold on a minute. Have you seen the Susan Sarandon movie White Palace?
No. With
James Spader? You need to see that movie. If you like Susan Sarandon.
Okay.
Let me see if I can.
I'll see what you're talking about here.
You got the poster?
Yeah.
You gonna pop it up there?
Let me find. Wow.
Or I can bootleg it.
No, don't bootleg it, man. We're past those days.
What?
That's season 1, Chip and Zay. We're on like season 3.
1?
Yeah. We're on like season 3 now. There we go.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
range.
Do you like Susan Sarandon? That's one. That's one to check out. White Palace. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I don't know if because this was a little after your time, but Rookie of the Year. And there's another one that came out right after that where the kid plays baseball. But in the one after that, oh, man.
Angel in the Outfield?
No, that one's cool.
Little Giants?
No, that's my joint too. But there's another baseball movie where the kid becomes the manager of the Twins. Somehow his grandfather was the owner, Grandpa croaks. And then the kid becomes the manager of the Twins. It's a good movie. I forget what it's called. I can't think of it. Somebody help me out here. Little Big League.
Little Big League.
Little Big League.
Came out in 1994.
Classic. Yeah, they play the They play the Mariners in the playoffs, like the wild card, and you see big unit Randy Johnson and Ken Griffey Jr. make cameos in it. It's a fire movie. I ain't gonna lie. It's underrated, very underground, because Rookie of the Year came out a year before and there was already a kid in baseball. So I think it got overshadowed, but that's an underrated movie.
Okay, so asking, Rodney was asking, have you seen Long Gone? No, I haven't. Do I need to see that? Long Gone looks like it came out in 1987. Okay. Looks like it might be based on a true story. Okay. Let me put that on the list. Long Gone.
Underrated baseball movie, Bernie Mac, Mr. 3000.
Mr. 3000?
Yeah, Bernie Mac is like a Hall of Fame baseball player, and he thought he had 3,000 hits, and he literally quit after he got his 3,000 hit. And then they went back and checked, and they realized like 5 of those hits didn't count. So then him, after him being retired and old and stuff, he gets back in the game to see if he could get those 5 hits, even though baseball has kind of passed him by.
R.I.P. Bernie Mac?
R.I.P. Bernie, man.
Yeah, Sandlot. That's a great one. That could be number 1. That's up there.
Benny the Jet Rodriguez.
You like Sandlot?
Yeah, classic. It was a baseball movie, but a lot of other stuff was going on.
Yeah.
You know what
That's
I'm
a
saying?
coming of age movie.
Yeah, you know, the s'mores, the dog, Wendy Peppercorn. That was going on. Yeah, that kid with the glasses was an old freaky ass boy. That boy. faking drowning. That's some freaky stuff right there.
That's right. That was a gangsta move to get old Peppercorn to give him some mouth to mouth, you know?
Yeah, you had to make the move. Had to do it.
Brewster's Millions. I don't know that I've seen that. I guess I need to put that on the list.
Dang, I'm going back. 85. Oh, Richard Pryor. John Candy. Okay. Now y'all got my attention.
Brewster's Millions. I'm writing that down.
R.I.P. Richard Pryor too, man.
Yeah. That dude was crazy.
To say the least.
He got married 9 times and twice to women he'd already married. Like he remarried 2 of his wives.
Yeah.
9 wives. Not 9 lives, 9 wives. God bless him.
Mike Epps was supposed to play him in a biopic movie, but they shot it down. I don't know why, but I thought Mike Epps would have killed that role. But maybe Richard Pryor's demons are too demonic to be shown on screen. I don't know. Y'all gotta show. I mean, I would like to see that. I know it's dark. I would like to see what really happened, but also if it's too bad for anyone to see, then yeah, maybe they should just let that ride.
Yeah, that dude was funny. Oh my God, he had a joke about Bill Cosby. Well, no, it's actually Eddie Murphy's joke, I think, where Bill Cosby's like, Eddie, you don't need to be cussing so much. And so Eddie called Richard Pryor and he's like, hey, man, Bill Cosby just called me and said, I shouldn't be cussing so much. And Richard's like, are people laughing at your shit? Yeah. Well, then tell Bill to have a Coke and a smile and shut the F up.
Yeah. Good times, man.
Good times.
Good times. See, that's sad, man. People were taking advice from Bill Cosby. Ain't that something? That's a damn shame. Going to him as a role model, mentor. Jeez.
What's going on with Bill Cosby? Is he in jail?
Yeah, he in jail. What the hell? Yes. And he needs to stay there. Him, Robert R. Kelly.
No, it says he's not in jail.
No way.
His conviction was overturned. He was released from prison in June 2021.
Wow.
The court found that a prior agreement with a prosecutor prevented Cosby from being charged. Oh my God.
Sad.
He served approximately 3 years of his sentence before being released.
Nah, he needs more time.
He's a free man and has returned to living in a mansion in Elkins Park, Pennsylvania. How about that?
Sad. This is so sad.
Hey, Mr. Huxtable. Mr. Huxtable had a few extra bucks laying around, found himself a good appellate lawyer.
Yeah, you know how many reruns they played of that damn show? That show
You can't find those reruns now.
You sure?
Are they?
Yeah, I'm sure one of them black ass channels like BET Plus or something is playing it. UPN, something like that. Like something that like not everyone gets. Like you have to go through the craziest package on your cable set to have. But yeah, they definitely showing Cosby Show.
Yeah. Yep. TV1. You can find it on TV1.
There it is.
Yeah. There you go.
Felicia Rashad, she's still one of them ones. And she old, real old. Shout out to my man Ahmad Rashad. He bagged that early when she was at her peak. Yeah.
What's Megan Good up to these days?
She's with that crazy fool Jonathan Majors, who almost got canceled, but somehow beat it. I don't know how he beat it because they got him on video wilding, but he cried enough and he looks sad and he's a good looking brother and he could act a little bit. So I think they gave him another chance, but yeah, I think they're about to get married. Your girl, Megan. She ain't doing much acting. She had that Prime show called Harlem that I haven't watched. A lot of fine sisters on that show. Haven't seen it though. You know, I'm slow to get around to things, but yeah, Megan, she happily in love. So good for her. Wish them the best.
You know what I watched last night with my son Tiger? The documentary on the Astro World craziness.
Travis Scott,
yeah.
What's that on?
Netflix.
Okay. How was that?
Oh man, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
10 people died. And that's rough.
Yeah, it's awful.
And like no one, like Live Nation, they got sued. They settled all the lawsuits. And then like that was in 2021. And then Travis Scott went out with Live Nation in 2024 and broke all the concert records. Like, yeah, the way they designed the stage and they basically created this little area where everybody just was getting crushed.
Yeah.
It was terrible. But
yeah, that
right. On a lighter note,
into this sports talk, Travis Scott's like one of the first artists where I realized, okay, I might be getting old because I do not get it. I don't understand the wave and the motion that he has, meaning the fame and how he's considered like a GOAT to a lot of people. Like one of the greatest rappers and entertainers of all time, which is nuts to me because his music just can't relate. It's hard to understand. Like he's a lot of auto-tune and he's screaming. Like I don't get it. And I know he was with Kendall Jenner for a little
Kylie,
bit.
right?
Kylie, yeah, whatever. They got kids together, so that only, boosts your stardom, but never got it, never understood it. No, CB, that's on me. That's on me. Bye week, I could get it done bye week. We got a bye week. I will be in Cincinnati tomorrow for the weekend, seeing my sister-in-law because they just moved there. I'll still be on the show, don't worry, early flights, but I'll try to get around to it.
Yeah, I see you. Yeah. So as amazing as the resurgence of the Tigers was last year, this is rough. I mean, they're just losing and losing and losing.
What happened?
They lost. They're 1-9 in their last 10, and now they're tied with the Guardians for the AL Central lead. It's
rough.
All right.
Yeah, I see the Astros imploding too. What happened?
Well,
Astros.
It's not good. But I'll talk more about that tomorrow.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Can't take all this bad news in one day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. Something that I saw today on social media, Oklahoma fans now they're getting over John Mateer and realizing that he might be out long enough to where he won't be available for Red River. So now, as a fan, it's only right to start acting delusional and start like being overly positive because that's what sports are about. Like, why should the world end because our quarterback's out? There's 11 players on one side, 11 players on the other side. There's a lot that can continue success. And Michael Hawkins Jr., he's got a lot of pressure on him. But what I will say is absolutely nuts, Oklahoma fans. Someone put out a video of a Lamar Jackson in college highlight reel, and the caption said, Michael Hawkins Jr. and Ben Arbuckle's offense. And I laughed. I had a great chuckle off of that because it's like, I get being delusional. Like, do whatever you have to do to remain sane. But come on, OU fans, even y'all can't believe that. And Michael Hawkins Jr., I still think he needs to be respected for sure because he has played some football, got that dual threat ability, but we're kidding ourselves if we don't think that Oklahoma is going to take a step back, losing John Mateer, who was doing everything except selling popcorn and hot dogs for this Oklahoma team this season.
Well, they're gonna rise and fall on that defense because Oklahoma's defense is legit. And Texas's defense is legit too, but Oklahoma's right behind them. Texas is giving up 7.8 points per game. OU's giving up 9.0 points per game. And if Texas isn't on point with how they want to attack that defense and Texas needs to make sure it can run the ball. That's going to be a hell of a game. That's going to be a war, whether Mateer plays or not. And I see Troy. I've seen this too. People are saying that Mateer could be back, that Jared Goff had the same surgery and was able to play 12 days later. I don't think OU would ever say that until they see his surgeries today. They need to have the surgery. And then if the doc says, oh yeah, this was success, great, there's a chance he can play in 12 days, then
12 days. Come on, man. How good was Jared Goff after that, too?
Hey, I heard Trevor Gooseby got surgery.
Yeah, but he don't got to throw nothing.
Yeah, and he played 12 days. So I'm just saying. Yeah, listen, the medicine is so good today. I'm not ruling it out.
Yeah.
But the surgery is today. So let's see how the doc feels about it. And then, is OU going to subject him to that kind of stuff? I don't know. I mean, they won't play him unless it's medically cleared.
Play him. Play him 12 days later. Play him. I'm sure that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure that thumb will heal just fine. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, and this is probably true, Zay. I mean, with Texas's defense, OU's defense, first team maybe to 21 wins. People have been asking me, well, how many points does Texas need to average? I know the obvious answer is one more than the other team, but can Texas survive averaging 24 points per game? Now they're averaging a little more thanks to Sam Houston. But with this defense, probably. What, last year, the only game where the opponent scored was Georgia. Last year, Texas gave up 30 to Georgia and 31 to Arizona State. That was in overtime. But during the regular season, the most Texas gave up, other than that Georgia game, was 24 against Vanderbilt. 24 against Clemson. I mean, we'll see. What's the best offense Texas is going to face? Probably Georgia.
Yeah, that sounds right now. I mean, Concepcion and Craver for A&M, pretty good. And Marcel Reed has gotten better. So you better respect those dudes too, because those might be the best receivers Texas plays.
Tennessee is actually averaging the most points per game. Vanderbilt is second. So Tennessee's averaging 53.5 through 4 games. Vanderbilt's averaging 47.5. Missouri's averaging 46. Arkansas's averaging 43.5. Alabama's averaging 42.7. A&M's averaging 42.3. Mississippi State's averaging 39.8. Georgia's averaging 39. And Texas is outside of the top 50, so they are averaging 31.8. Just 1/10 of a point more than Kentucky. Oklahoma's averaging 31.3. So, yeah. You're gonna have some challenges down there in Sanford Stadium, and when the Aggies roll into town. And look, Talon Green, Arkansas is playing Notre Dame. Man, Sam Pittman could
use that.
Use that. I see a lot of people predicting that one to be close.
I hope it is, man. I'm so over Notre Dame. Like, if they go 10-2 and make the college football playoff, I'm gonna lose it. Like, I get it, the brand's a big deal, but come on, man. Like, like, what are we doing? Get to a freaking conference. Oh, we're independent. We're special. Yeah, we do our own thing. We don't need these conferences. All right, whatever. But I don't need them to pack on a tougher schedule in November. And I'm going to respect them because they get all their tough games early.
And they lost them.
But yeah, they got snipped. And then now Arkansas is one of your tougher games. Come on, man. Where's that at? Is that in Fayetteville or South Bend?
It's in Fayetteville.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Them hogs.
Them hogs.
Crazy. Yeah.
What about Ohio State at Washington? You smell any upset alert there?
Hell no. What?
And you love Penn State. You love Penn State.
Yeah, man. Come on.
You love Penn State.
Man. Whiteout, night game. That's a lot.
We got $10 on that game.
We got 10 ski.
I get Oregon plus 3.5 at Penn State.
Time to shock the world, Drew Aller. Let everybody know you the best. Fernando Mendoza, Big Ten quarterback of the year. Who? Nah, Drew Aller, that's yours to take. That's yours, bro. Fernando Mendoza can't steal that. Not yet. Come on. Dante Moore
is balling.
Yeah, Mendoza, Dante Moore. Big Ten got some pretty good quarterbacks. Like, I don't think a lot of guys are getting talked about like that. Even my man
Big Ten has better quarterbacks than the SEC this year.
Who? I think Sands underrated.
Saying, I mean, he did just enough. He did just enough against Texas.
Arguably the best defense in the nation. Come on. Even Patrick Mahomes Jr. is tough. Gotta respect him. No, I think some of these SEC quarterbacks overrated. DJ Lagway, Garrett Nussmeier. Like, we talking about Gunnar Stockton now.
Okay, let's do this.
Your boy Bo Pabula.
Yeah, Bo Prabula.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at the quarter. We're at the quarter mark of the season. No, third. We're a third through the season. Damn.
Slow down. Good Lord.
Slow down. What the hell?
Yeah, you were talking about baseball yesterday. I love Jim Schlossnagle, but good God.
Only because they're playing that game Saturday at 1 at
the
Dell Diamond. So I just wanted people to know that game was happening. Texas and Texas Tech are playing a fall ball baseball game Saturday at 1 at the Dell Diamond in Round Rock. You have to get tickets through the Round Rock Express. I tweeted out a link at Chip Brown 247. That was the only reason we were talking baseball yesterday. Sorry, Zay.
Nah, you're good.
And okay, so best quarterbacks. How would you rank the quarterbacks in the SEC? Let me pull up. I'll take you through this. Let's go by completion percentage. Or I can just call up the SEC football stats. Let's do that. I mean,
like the guys that we all projected, national media, all these gurus, and geniuses, analysts out there. The ones that we predicted to be great haven't been good. Throw Arch Manning in there, DJ Lagway, Garrett Dustmeyer. The ones that we didn't expect to show out, like your boy Bo, Joey Aguilar, Gunnar Stockton. Those guys have stepped up and shown a little something. Didn't see that coming at all. But the ones that we thought that were getting all the hype preseason, those guys have underperformed. And even Arch Manning's stats, like I wouldn't say he's underperformed. He's been up and down. Expectations were wild, too wild. We know that. And if you look at the stats now, they're not that bad. Like I saw a little, graph and picture of him in his first 6 games, Arch compared to his uncles. And he's winning a lot of those battles. Now, was it a different game when Eli and Peyton were playing? Yes. But still, like when it comes to touchdowns and stuff and quarterback passer rating, different things like that, Arch, he ahead of the curve compared to Unc. Both Uncs. So, I don't know, man. A lot of football to play.
Right now, according to the SEC passing stats, that's not what I want.
Like John Mateer's been balling. Now he's out. So
right.
You still got to count him. I think Marcel Reed's playing good football too. Like going into South Bend, 4th down, even though it should have been a holding call. That's a big time throw, Marcel Reed. Now you got weapons. All right. Ty Simpson. He didn't lose them that game against Florida State. It was their defense that wasn't trying at all. Ty Simpson was one of the bright spots. He's actually been playing well. And a lot of people think that he's going to have a good game in Athens this weekend. So I probably would say the SEC still has better quarterbacks overall compared to the Big Ten because I don't know what's going on at Rutgers. Nico, I'm going to leave you. He's bringing the Big Ten down himself all the way to the bottom in this, poll that we're having here. But, yeah, again, a lot of football to play.
Okay, so pass efficiency, the top 5 quarterbacks in the nation are from the Big Ten. Jaden Maava from USC. Fernando Mendoza's number 2. Julian Sayans, number 3. DeMond Williams at Washington is number 4. Dante Moore at Oregon is 5. So then the next 2 are from the Big 12. And then you get to the SEC. Ty Simpson is 8th. Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss is 9th. Diego Pavia is 11th. Joey Aguilar is 12th. Dylan Raiola is 14th. Taylon Green is Arkansas, 17th. Aiden Childs of Michigan State is 18th. Damn. Big Ten quarterbacks.
All right.
Big Ten quarterbacks.
They're representing.
Yeah. All right. Our man Arch Manning on the pass efficient. He's 44th and rising. He's ahead of Gunnar Stockton.
Interesting.
How about that? Gunnar Stockton is 45th in pass efficiency. So a lot of football. A lot of football to be played. You think Arch is over his stuff?
Yeah, I'm still at a 5 out of 10. Like part of me thinks yes, but also
You think one good hit or one dirt ball at Florida and he's back in the tank?
I wouldn't go that far. Let's see it against a good defense. You know what I'm saying? Like, is he gonna feel like he has to force the issue, because you don't have to force nothing against Sam Houston. Things should come easy due to the scheme and what one of the greatest play callers in college football draws up for you, and just the difference between talent. Now, where the talent is very similar, can you keep the main thing the main thing? Can you stay locked into your fundamentals? Can you go through your progressions when the game has sped up and anticipate those throws that he struggled with at times throughout the season? Like, can you do that against other elite talent? And Florida, they're hurting right now. Like, a lot of the guys in the secondary are done for the season that were starters. So they got injuries all over the place, which you have to think is going to be, problem for Billy Napier's crew moving forward. But that front, they could get enough pressure on you. And this offensive line, again, Sam Houston, that doesn't tell us nothing. Like, this offensive line, are they just going to be great in 2 weeks? Are they going to get over all those issues, communication issues, run blocking issues? Is that all just going to change in 2 weeks during this bye before you go to Gainesville? I don't know. I hope so, but I really don't know. Because even DJ Campbell, I thought DJ Campbell would come in and be like, oh, man, I'm going to be a big-time pick in the draft this upcoming year. They're going to see my value, the athleticism. DJ Campbell's been for somebody with that many snaps and that much reps. I expect more for DJ Campbell. And again, like we've been saying all show, a lot of football to be played. He could change that. Oh, we talked about Trey Moore last year. That dude, he wasn't present until after the first 7 games. So for some guys, maybe it just takes a little while. But this offensive line, they still got a lot to clean up. And hopefully they can figure that out. But this is a hell of a team to do that against, with these Florida Gators, who you would think would have a lot of pride for the first SEC matchup after losing 3 straight.
Yeah. We'll get Hummer's take on this wild and woolly college football season.
Yeah, well, I guess it's not even their first SEC matchup. They lost to LSU, so their first home SEC matchup.
That's right. It's Texas's SEC opener. It is Florida's SEC home opener.
Yeah. Let me ask you, with the SEC schedules coming out for the next 4 years, what stands out? Which year stands out? Which games stand out, especially for you who will be at all these away games when you look at the schedule?
I'm excited that I get to go to Knoxville next year.
Yeah.
That's been on my list. So Texas will play at home next year against Arkansas, Florida, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, and they'll play away at LSU, at Mizzou, at Tennessee, at A&M. Now, I've never covered a Texas LSU game, but I've been to Tiger Stadium. It's awesome. I've been to Mizzou when Texas was in the Big 12 with them. But Tennessee, I've never been to. I'm excited about that. And then in 2027, Texas plays at Alabama, at Arkansas, at South Carolina, at Vandy. I've been to all those. So, I'm excited about next year. That's a challenging road schedule. LSU, Mizzou, Tennessee, A&M.
Yeah.
And that's when Arch should be really locked in. And we'll see how that goes. They got to play Texas State next year. G.J. Kinney, your dad's Bobcats.
Yeah. That should be a blowout.
Is CC still taking the Texas State quarterback over Arch Manning?
No, I haven't talked to him about that this week.
I stayed up and watched that Texas State-Arizona State game. Arizona State was locked in that night.
Yeah, coming off of that loss.
Yeah, losing to Mississippi State.
Yeah.
there's been a lot of Sam Levitt to Jordan Tyson.
I didn't know that was Jalen Tyson, who went to Texas, then went to Texas Tech for basketball. I didn't know that was his brother.
Yeah, how about that?
A few weeks ago. Crazy, small world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude's good.
Yeah.
He had a Sports Center play of the day in that game against Texas State where he hurdled a guy, stayed in bounds, got down the sideline.
No, they're good athletes. What's his name? Jalen Tyson's in the NBA now. Like, after he was at Tech, he went to Cal and hooped. Like, was getting buckets at Cal. Everything that we thought he was gonna be, because he was a Chris Beard recruit. Obviously, when the Chris Beard stuff happened, he didn't go with him to Ole Miss, but went to Tech, ended up going to Cal, and now he's on the Cleveland Cavaliers doing his thing. So, crazy athletic family right there. Kudos to the Tysons.
Well, this scheduling, I like the way the SEC is doing it, where the home and home are in the even number years, and then the home and home, that way you're playing all the teams in the SEC in home and away in a 4-year span. So I like that they're not doing the return visit immediately the next year. It sucks for the team that has to go on the road first. You don't get them back at your place for 2 years, but this way you're playing every team in the SEC home and away within a 4-year span. And that's good because the SEC had some weird scheduling quirks in the past, like Georgia never going to Kyle Field. Alabama and Georgia rarely played in the regular season. It looked like the conference schedulers were looking out for the big dogs. Now you're just going to play. You're going to play. You can play everyone home and away within a 4-year span. So it doesn't look like the conference office is like, well,
yeah,
you can't have Alabama and Georgia playing each other in the regular season next year because they look like they're going to be really good. We don't want to knock them off. Of course, now you got a 12-team playoff. So that was back when there were only 2 teams coming out of the BCS, or then 4 teams once we got to 2014. So this is good. What do you think?
Yeah, I thought they did their thing. What CB is saying right here, I completely agree with. SEC messed up by not letting Arch go to Oxford. Yeah, they should have did that. No, for real. Like, that would have meant a lot to the family. How close the dude was literally named after the guy that has his own street in Oxford. Are we serious? Like, that's easy. No one cares about Tennessee. Make Tennessee the home game. He doesn't have that relationship with Peyton like that to where that's such a big deal. Peyton will be there, cool. But having his grandpa at that game in Oxford, that would have meant something. They really swung and missed on that one, SEC schedule.
No one else in the SEC cares. All right, let's bring in our guy.
Me and CB do.
Hole-in-one Hummer, Chris Hummer, National College Football guru for CBS Sports. Hummer, how you doing?
What up? Doing good, guys. Appreciate y'all accommodating me on Wednesday, though.
Yeah, appreciate you, Hummer. Hey, Hummer, tell Chip how the SEC schedulers really missed not having Arch Manning go to Ole Miss next year. That would have been a classic. Instead, Ole Miss is coming to DKR.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about it like that, but yeah, Arch is the epitome of a kid that could fit out in the Grove if you just let him be. So maybe they're doing Texas a favor by not letting Arch Manning just like have a good time in the Grove for the weekend. Gotta think about it that way, you know?
That is true. Grandpa, Eli, they missed one.
All right, Hummer.
I honestly didn't dive deep into the schedule for the next couple of years. I'll have to go look, but
That's okay. We're going to ask you about this week's games.
Perfect. That's what I'm here for.
That's what you're here for, Hummer. You're the man. Zay and I are diametrically opposed. By the way, Hummer, you said Miami would cover, and they did. You said Texas Tech would cover, and they did. So we love getting your picks. Now, Zay and I are diametrically opposed on Oregon, Penn State. Zay thinks Zay's all on the Drew Aller train. I am not. Hummer, Oregon at Penn State. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, so I think I have to side with Zay. I went with the Nittany Lions. I don't feel great about it, to be honest. I actually have questions about Drew Aller. Like, if I'm going to pick out one element of Penn State, it's Drew Aller. He's been not good this year. I think his QBR is like 111th nationally or something like that through 4 weeks. 106th, I'm sorry.
Hear that, Zay?
Damn, they haven't played anybody, Hummer.
I think that makes it worse.
Make it worse.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not good. And so, like, I'm a little hesitant with them, but Penn State was a team I really believed in coming to the year. And I think quietly, if you look at Oregon, when they've played the better teams on their schedule, not Oklahoma State, for example, they have, I don't want to say been pushed around up front, but they haven't controlled the line of scrimmage the way I would expect in those situations. And I think Penn State is by far the best front on both sides of the ball they'll see. And I think that's the area I'm focused on with that game. I just like Penn State up front a little bit more on both sides of the ball. I think Penn State's going to be able to generate pressure. I think Penn State's going to be able to run the ball. And if Drew Aller could just be good, like, I'm not asking you to be great. If he could just be good, I think at home, whiteout crowd, that environment, Penn State finds a way to win that game.
Yeah, Hummer, you mentioned Oklahoma State, obviously Mike Gundy. I thought it was cold that they didn't let Mike Gundy finish out the season with everything he's put into that program, not only as a coach, but also as a player. Now, if you're Oklahoma State, where do you go? Like, who would want that job? Who could you see being in Stillwater? What happens with the program?
Well, I got good news for you, Zay. If y'all want a full list, I talked to some people around the country and put something up on CBS Sports yesterday.
There we go.
But I'll run through a couple names that have come up to me just from people and industry sources. GJ Kinney at Texas State, I think, is going to come up for that job. If Arkansas comes open, I fully expect him to come up for that job. He is one of the hottest young names in college football right now. He is the only coach in Texas State history to win 8 games. He's done it twice in 2 years. They're on track to compete in the Sun Belt again this year. Dana Holgerson's a name that's come up a little bit for that job. The former Houston and West Virginia coach, former Oklahoma State offensive coordinator. Depends on if he wants to get back into it. Zach Robinson's a name you definitely need to know. He is the Falcons offensive coordinator. Another one of those Sean McVay guys, but former Mike Gundy quarterback. 7th round pick in 2010. I think there's a lot of boosters there that would love to see that happen. North Texas coach Eric Morris is going to be a popular name this cycle if they keep winning. Oklahoma native Barry Odom is a name I'm keeping an eye on a little bit. Obviously just got to Purdue, but had this job come open last year, I think Barry Odom would have been near the top of the list for them. Shannon Dawson, Will Stein, guys of that ilk are going to come up, and maybe even like a Jim Knowles, former Oklahoma State offensive or defensive coordinator, could come up as well.
Is that a good job anymore?
I was kicking this around with some agents yesterday. I think you'll get some arguments for Oklahoma State, and you'll get some arguments for Virginia Tech as the best job available. I think Oklahoma State's a better job than UCLA, certainly. I think it's just, there's a lot of Big 12 jobs like this, right? It is a job where, like, every couple of years you can win a conference championship and get into the playoffs. It's not a job I think you can win a national championship anymore in this era of college football. So I think it just depends on how you look at it. But it's a solid job. I think they need to invest more. That was a problem late in the Mike Gundy era, particularly from an NIL perspective. But with rev share, the reputation, the proximity to Texas, I think that is an attractive job for some people.
All right, so I think this game, well, let's get the other news out of the way. John Mateer has surgery today on his throwing hand. I've seen wrist, I've seen hand, I've seen thumb. Do we know what the hell this injury is, Hummer?
I believe it's a finger, like a broken finger.
Okay. And I've seen people say Jared Goff came back from this in 12 days. What's your read on his medical timetable?
I think it would be surprising if he was back for Texas. It's been reported in multiple places like that. I've heard similar things. Like my guy Matt Zenitz reported it yesterday. As soon as that came out, like I think they're hopeful he can come back by the end of October. Obviously, Texas OU is not at the end of October. It is near the beginning of October. And I think it would be a very optimistic reading that John Mateer would be available for that Texas game. And it's a pretty tough blow for Oklahoma. Like John Mateer, as we've talked about before, was such a big part of that offense, especially as a runner on top of his passing responsibilities. And now there's a scenario where like they might not have him for Texas, South Carolina, and potentially Ole Miss. And any playoff hopes Oklahoma harbored could like fall off over the next couple of weeks, depending on how they go.
Yeah. Hummer, how impressed are you with Indiana? Chip and I, we've been talking about Fernando Mendoza and how good he looked against Illinois. They really lit up Illinois. I thought that was a personal game for Kirk Cignetti and that crew. How good is Fernando Mendoza and how good is Indiana?
Do you mean Heisman favorite Fernando Mendoza?
Heisman
He's good, man. Like this is a guy that like NFL drafts or NFL scouts looked at coming into the year as like a potential early round draft pick. He was really good for Cal last year. I know people probably weren't paying attention to those like late night Calgoritham games, but he was an above average quarterback for them. And in Kurt Cignetti's offense, it's really dangerous. And I mean, I can't doubt Indiana, right? Like I think they lost 14 starters off last year's team. I thought there might be a slight regression, but last week showed there is no regression. Like Kurt Cignetti took out his chainsaw and just like destroyed Illinois' playoff hopes before they could ever really get started. And I'm not doubting them anymore. I think this team is legit, and I think they have a legitimate chance to get to the back of the playoff. And I think they upgraded a quarterback. Like Fernando Mendoza has a higher ceiling than Curtis Rourke did last year. And that front seven for Indiana is nasty defensively. They absolutely shut down Illinois' front. Sorry, I'm a little stuffy. Can't say Illinois correctly right now. But yeah, I think they're for real.
Yeah, I'm like, man, Fernando Mendoza. I mean,
their schedule's tough. Like later in the season, it gets pretty tough.
It's way more difficult than last year. I think they have Iowa and Oregon back-to-back games on the road. So we'll know a lot more about Indiana in 2 weeks. But for now, very impressive.
Is Iowa, I mean, you just mentioned it. Fernando's got to go to Iowa 2:30 on Peacock. Indiana favored by 7.5, Hummer. Is this a trap game for the Hoosiers?
I think anytime you play a Kirk Ferentz defense, it's a trap of a little bit of a sort. But the thing about Iowa this year is like that passing defense is good. It's not elite like it has been. I'm probably wrong, but I would venture to say since 2020, Iowa has been a top 10 pass defense every single year. This year, they're in the 40s. They're coming off a game where Rutgers just put up a lot of passing yards on them. And if Iowa isn't going to shut down or at least slow the game down and make things really difficult for Fernando Mendoza in that offense, I think it could be a long day for them. That offense is a little bit better this year with Mark Gronowski running the show, but you got to score to beat Indiana. And I'm not confident Iowa can score enough to win that game.
Yeah, I'm rolling with Fernando Mendoza. Give me the Hoosiers in that one. All right, Hummer, Bama, Georgia. Bama at Georgia. 6:30 ABC. Georgia is favored in this game by
3, right?
3.
Yeah.
How do you see this one played? 3.5, Georgia.
Yeah, I picked Georgia to win, but Bama to cover. Given that situation, I think this is going to be close, like it always is between these two teams. I have questions about both teams, right? Like Georgia's defensive front isn't generating pressure the way we're used to. It's funny, we were talking about this going into the Texas game last year, and I think Georgia had like 7 sacks in that game, so it can turn around on a dime for Georgia. But I think they're 80th nationally in pressure rate right now, just not what you would expect. The secondary has been a little leaky, like we saw that against Tennessee. But at the same time, like Alabama had that FSU game happen. I can't get it out of my head. I can't get out of my head how bad that defense looked at times, trying to slow down Tommy Castellanos. Bama's offensive line struggled in that game. I think if this was a neutral site game, I might pick Alabama. I think I trust them a little bit more, as weird as that is to say, based on how this early season has gone. But I'm picking Georgia at home. I think Georgia does enough to get it done. I don't feel great about this pick. I never do going into Alabama, Georgia. But coming off a bye week, I trust Kirby Smart to have that defense fixed and looking better. And I think this is a game Georgia wins.
What about Auburn at A&M, Hummer? Auburn seemed like they just shot themselves in the foot in Norman this past weekend. I mean, 10 sacks against them, all the penalties and stuff, and plus just all that weird stuff from the, fumble recovery that got reversed, the OU making the weird play where the dude's faking like he's going to the sidelines, just all that crap. But Marcel Reed and those guys coming off the big win versus Notre Dame. How do you expect this one to go?
Yeah, I think it's a tough matchup for Auburn. This is a team that has really struggled in the secondary at times this year, Auburn, and A&M's passing attack has really just lived on big plays all season long. Coming off a bye for Texas A&M too, they've had a lot of time to prepare for this game. And I really wonder, like, if the game does turn into a bit of a shootout. Auburn's won ugly this year for the most part outside of that Baylor game. How does Auburn keep up in this situation, given the way Jackson Arnold struggled as a passer? So I like Texas A&M here. I think it's a really difficult matchup for what Auburn does well, especially going on the road like they are. Auburn's talented enough to win this game, but I've got to see it. I've got to see Jackson Arnold open it up with his arm, and I've got to see that secondary perform a little bit better.
Well, what are your thoughts on that play that Oklahoma ran where the dude faked like he was going to the sideline and then it ended up being a touchdown? The SEC, they came out and said that the refs made a mistake there, but I've been seeing a lot of Oklahoma people say that they told the refs that they were going to do this in the meeting, and the refs didn't know the rules, apparently. And obviously it resulted in a big game, especially for how close the game was. But love to hear your thoughts on that play.
I've always thought that if a ref is going to cost a team a game, like no matter what happens, that there should be repercussions for the league, just like there would be repercussions if a team ripped the ref. I think it's very unfortunate. It's not like you can play the game over, but if I was an Auburn fan, I would be livid if I saw a release come out the next day saying that we messed up and the other team shouldn't have had a touchdown in a 1-possession game. So there's really no like solution for this other than the SEC refs have to be better. Like this is not minor league football anymore. This is not like just kids playing for scholarships and for the love of their teams. This is a multi-billion-dollar sport. And millions of dollars are on the line from a betting perspective. Like the refs have to be on their stuff. And like, it's really unfortunate what happened on Saturday.
What was your big takeaway from that game about both teams? What did you come away thinking about OU? What did you come away thinking about Auburn?
Oklahoma, elite defense, really good front. Auburn didn't spend a lot of money on their offensive line trying to fix it. Isn't good enough. Jackson Arnold holds the ball too long. Isn't good enough, probably. Auburn can't throw the ball consistently. And then for Oklahoma, thought in that game, just like I've thought all year, John Mateer runs the ball too much. They're trusting John Mateer to do too much with his legs. Like he's too much of that offense, and it's going to cost him at some point, and it seems to have cost them.
Yeah, their offensive line is not able to run the ball with running backs. So that became somewhat clear. Hummer, LSU at Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin favored by 1.5. The Fighting Lane Kiffins. How do you see this one?
Yeah, a lot going on in this game with Lane's daughter dating LSU starting linebacker. I mean, I think if you look at all the advanced analytics, including Angry Dad, right? Like Ole Miss is going to be favored in this game. They've just looked better than LSU to this point. But I'm a stubborn person and going to the year. And I'm going to pick LSU. I don't feel great about it. I think LSU is going to have to run the ball better than they have. But I do think LSU is by far the best defense that Ole Miss has seen this year. And I think LSU presents a unique challenge. So I'm going with the Tigers. Don't feel great about it, but I think LSU finds a way to get it done.
What's your take on Ole Miss quarterback Brandon Chambliss?
Trinidad
Chambliss.
I actually just wrote about him for CBS. Really good. Division II transfer from Ferris State.
Ferris State.
Yeah.
Upstate Michigan. Traverse City.
Champions last year of Division II. They actually had, I think, 4 guys go P4 this offseason. So shout out to that staff because they did a hell of a job evaluating and developing. But Chambliss is really interesting, man. Like, I think he could be a legitimate draft pick by the end of the year if he keeps this up. He is as dynamic of an athlete as anybody in the country at that position. I think he ran for over 1,000 yards for Ferris State last year. If he stays in the starting lineup for Ole Miss all season, the rest of the way at least, I think he's going to come close to that in SEC play. He does a lot for an offense, and like, good on Ole Miss for finding him, right? Like, it's hard to find a good backup quarterback in this area when you have to pay them so much. And basically, Ole Miss out-muscled Temple. Like, he was going to go to Temple before all this happened, and Ole Miss found him in the portal, got him to visit, they got him to sign, and like, he's one of the most important early players of the football season.
Yeah.
So Grand Rapids, Michigan, Zay.
Yeah, representing. I like those D2 stories, man. Hummer, I feel like this is every week thing. Clemson football. I mean, just embarrassing. Losing to Syracuse. They put it on them. I asked you about it last week, but now after another loss, where does Clemson go from here?
It's a great question. I don't really. Clemson's one of the hardest teams for me to comprehend this season, right? Like, it's a bye week. Maybe Dabo Swinney will have it fixed after this. They get the pleasure of playing North Carolina next week, so that should be a get-right game for Clemson. But this is by far the most disappointing team in the country, and the lines of scrimmage aren't good enough. And I don't know, man. Like, Dabo Swinney's got to figure it out. It feels like one of those situations where maybe the message isn't landing the way it used to. And he's got to figure that out during the bye week. The team has to play better, obviously, but this is a team that I think had legitimate national championship expectations coming the year. Dabo Swinney talked about running the table and going unbeaten at one point this offseason. And it was a total misunderstanding of his roster. And it's crazy, right? Like, we were all like watching Clemson push Texas last year in the college football playoffs. Like, that game was closer than the final score would indicate. And they brought back everyone. Like, they added pieces in the portal. Like, it should not be this bad. And it's hard for me to say where they go from here, because like, I can't really put my finger on what's broken. I can point to a lot of little things. I can point to a defense with a ton of draft picks on the defensive line not generating pressure. I can point to an offensive line that like is playing poorly despite 4 returning starters. I can point to not adding a running back in the portal, so now you have to start a converted wide receiver at running back. I can point to a lot of different things, but it's just not working for Dabo Swinney. And it's up to him, like, as we head towards the end of the season and into the off season, to reinvigorate his program. It's not like Oklahoma State where it's broken forever, right? Like, this is not unfixable for Dabo Swinney. He's won 9+ games every year since 2011. he's got a $60 million buyout, so he's not going anywhere unless he wants to. But he really does need to figure out what's going on with this program and advance this thing forward. And I think a lot of that starts with being more adaptable, because Dabo Swinney's been anything but for the most part in his career.
Only threw Cade Klubnik under the bus this week. Said that Cade was missing stuff no quarterback can miss. That was rough. I'm Cade Klubnik. I'm like, thanks, coach. But yeah, they gotta figure some stuff out. Hummer, you're getting questions about Eric Morris and does Sam Pittman get fired midseason? But wait, Arkansas is going to beat Notre Dame this week, right, Hummer?
I don't know about beat them, but I think he's got a shot. I think they've got a shot. This is a Notre Dame team that's had people scoring on them left and right. And if they lose, like, that Arkansas job, as Jack is asking about, does become part of a conversation, I think, potentially. So just take the over in the Arkansas Notre Dame game. I'd say that. As for Eric Morris, I think he's going to have a chance at several of these jobs, especially as they open this cycle close to the state of Texas. I would put other people ahead of Eric Morris in the Arkansas conversation. If it gets to that point, I think there are several sitting head coaches that would draw and I think Arkansas would have interest in several sitting P4 head coaches for that.
Just say it. Rhett Lashley at SMU.
Yeah, Chip, I was trying to be delicate, man. I didn't want to upset you.
Is that a better job? I mean, in terms of trying to get, SMU got to the playoff last year. I mean, from the ACC, it's harder to make it from Arkansas.
I agree. I don't know if it's a better or worse job. Like, they're more resource. SMU is unique in that they kind of take care of whatever you need from a resource perspective, especially in comparison to the ACC. But it's still not the SEC. You still don't have SEC resources. There's still the stigma of not being in the SEC. But like, I think it's very hard to argue that Arkansas is among the 10 or 12 best jobs in the SEC, whereas SMU is probably one of the 4 best jobs in the ACC. So from a path of getting to a national championship, or at least getting to the playoff, like, yeah, I mean, SMU is probably a better job. But when you talk about the resources to win a national championship, and you talk about a guy who could potentially go home in Rhett Lashley, I think that's when the conversation shifts. I don't know if he'd be interested in it. If this was 2 years ago, I would have said it was a slam dunk. It's no longer that. With how competitive SMU is, I would actually shade more towards thinking he might stay at SMU. Based on what I've heard over the last 12 months, but there's a long way between now and December. And Rhett Lashley's not the only coach I think is going to have interest in Arkansas, or vice versa. I can think of a guy like a Barry Odom, or maybe like a Gus Malzahn wants to get back into the head coaching ranks and he wants to get back to it. Like, he is an Arkansas guy through and through too. He's beloved there. Maybe Bobby Petrino makes things interesting if he becomes the interim coach, which I think is the most likely scenario. So that job, I think, is going to have a lot of suitors. And Eric Morris, like, if it gets further down the list, I think could factor into that, just like a Jeff Traylor could, the former Arkansas assistant himself.
Hummer, we're 4 weeks in, heading into week 5. I ask you, who's the best team in Texas right now?
Probably Texas A&M, but I don't think it would be a big mismatch if TCU were to play Texas A&M or if Texas were to play Texas A&M. I think it would probably all be within 4 or 5 points for Vegas at the moment on a neutral field. But I think A&M has earned that title with its road win over Notre Dame. And Texas, just other than the Sam Houston game this week, right, has looked so shaky. It's hard for me to put them in that conversation. TCU, I'm a really big believer in TCU. Like, I think TCU is legitimate in that conversation, but I just think the athletes for A&M kind of push them over the Horned Frogs. But it's a really interesting debate. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting about
Texas. I was waiting. I didn't know how to remind you. I was waiting. I was like, is he going to say the Red Raiders? Are we going to get that?
I think in my we do a CBS rankings every week, and I turn in my top 30. I think I have A&M 7 and Texas Tech 8. So coin flip there to me.
How
Texas
impressive
legitimate
was that
playoff
win?
team. Like, I think we saw that.
How impressive was that win at Utah for Texas Tech?
I mean, it was everything you need to see, right? Like, I mean, Will Hammond coming off the bench, I think is going to get the most attention. He looked incredible as their backup quarterback. But what caught my eye the whole weekend or the whole Saturday was how Texas Tech's defensive line controlled the line of scrimmage. That's a Utah team that could have 2 first-round picks at tackle, probably going to have 3 or 4 draft picks across the front. And Texas Tech controlled that game from the start along the lines of scrimmage defensively. And if Texas Tech's defense is going to look that way all year, like that's a team that can play anybody in the country, including Texas, including Texas A&M, including a team like Ohio State or Oregon. Like Texas Tech is going to be able to stay in that matchup because they have the dudes.
Yeah, I mean, SMU might want to cover Eric McAllister. 8 catches, 254 yards, for God's sake.
No, he's still open.
Is that Forney's finest, Eric McAllister? Is that where he's from, I believe? Yeah, like, but yeah, he was running for a while there.
Hummer, what's your take on Florida? I mean, they've got an off week. DJ Lagway apparently was spotted in a boot.
He's fine.
Caleb Banks is out. LJ McCray, their stud sophomore edge rusher, looks like he's going to be out. You think they're going to come out like a, caged animal against Texas? Or you think if Texas can throw the first punch, they'll fold like a tomato can?
I think we've seen with Billy Napier's teams the last 2 years that they don't fold necessarily. I know that Texas game went poorly last year, but that was with their 3rd string quarterback. I think we've seen that Florida competes very hard. That defense has kept them in games all year, even with all the injuries they've had. So I don't expect Florida to fold. But that offense has to look better. DJ Lagway is clearly way out of sorts. I think if he completes a couple passes on Saturday against Miami that he normally makes, they have a chance to win that game based on the flow of it, based on some of the 3rd down conversions they didn't get because he just was inaccurate. And if he can figure out a way to come out of the bye week looking different, I think Florida's going to be very competitive. That's a very competitive defense. That's a very competitive team along the lines of scrimmage. And if they're healthy offensively, and I'm talking about DJ Lagway, I'm talking about their receivers, that's a very competitive offense. It's just a matter of what they look like coming out of the bye. And I don't know what that's going to be because it just kind of depends on the player that saved Billy Napier's job last year, like looking more like that guy.
Yeah. Is he hurt?
Lagway?
Yeah.
Minor foot injury. I think he got his foot stepped on in the Miami
Okay.
game. He wasn't hurt going into the week.
Okay.
And he's fully expected to play against Texas. Like, it would be a shock if he didn't.
Zay, you got one more?
Nah, Hummer, you're the best, man. Appreciate
Hummer,
you.
you're the best. We love the conversation, my man. Everybody get over, follow Hummer on the Twitters at Chris_Hummer and read all about Trinidad Chambliss, his picks, everything.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you, Hummer.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry y'all had to hear me like sniffle like 75 times during that.
No, man. Hope you feel better.
Yeah. It's allergy season here in Austin, man.
It is allergy season.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yes. Colon One Hummer bringing it to you on Wednesdays at 3:00 now because he's got meetings on Tuesdays at 3:00. So good stuff there. Interesting comments. He likes Bama to cover the 3.5. He likes A&M to cover 6.5 against Auburn. That's at Kyle Field. He likes Indiana. I like Indiana to cover the 7.5 against Iowa. And he likes Penn State.
Attaboy, Hummer.
He likes Penn State to cover 3.5 against Oregon.
Happy Valley, baby. Gonna be rocking.
And he likes LSU.
Dante Moore looking at the sideline, looking at Dan Lanning like, what? Huh? I can't hear. What are we doing? It's
The
loud.
Penn State The Penn State chandelier falls this weekend. All this Penn State hype is going to get wiped away.
I love that stadium, man. That's a cool stadium. Middle of nowhere.
Middle of nowhere. Looks like an erector set.
Yeah.
But
you're trapped. Like claustrophobic. Like, they ain't nothing out here. It's just us and these crazy people.
I have been to that campus, and there is nothing out there. That's as out there as it gets. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's having it at night too. That's not even like what happened to Big Noon kickoff. Not this week. What happened to it? I don't know what happened. Dan Lanny's probably wondering what the hell. Like, isn't this the point of being in the Big Ten to play these day games, kegs and eggs games, so we don't have to face all these belligerent folks out here plastered all day long? Nope, get that game at night, like how it should be. It's like what, 2 versus 3? Yes, this is all these types of games. Top 5 matchup should always be at night. That should be a requirement. Everything else, hit or miss. Top 5, top 10 matchups. Yeah. Give me the dark, please. That's what I'm banging on.
Where's game day going to be?
I don't know. You would think they would be there. Nah, they're probably at Tuscaloosa or, Athens. I would think.
Game day. No, it is in State College.
Oh.
There you go. So, you got what you wanted, Zay. Game day is going to be in Happy Valley.
Now, they've been sending that second round crew on the 4-letter network with Laura Rutledge and Jordan Rogers.
SEC game day.
Yeah, they're probably going to be in.
They're going to Tuscaloosa, right?
They should. I don't know why they wouldn't.
Or Athens. Sorry.
You see a question trailer talking to the media about squashing the Oklahoma State rumors.
What do you say?
How him and his wife, they love it here.
Why are you sounding like dubious?
I mean, come on, bro.
How he loves it in San Antonio.
Yeah, come on, dog.
You don't think he loves it?
I'm sure he does, but come on.
They built him an indoor facility.
They did do that. Yeah. No, they're taking this serious up there. But come on.
Yeah, Trailer was like, I liked Conference USA. I wasn't sure we needed to move into the American Athletic Conference, but that's the way it goes. Now he's got to dig in and see where he stands against G.J. Kinney in the hot coach sweepstakes.
Yeah, that was the first name that Hummer said when we asked him about Oklahoma State. G.J. Kinney. Wonder how CC would feel about that. Because
right,
if he's better than Bart, then this should be the trajectory. Like, this should be the path. Low mid-major G5, do well there, and off to Power 4, big-time football. Give yourself an actual chance to possibly play for a national championship, even though I think it's going to take a while, but still. That's all you want as a coach. You just want a shot.
Well, do you think that's going to move the needle? G.J. Kinney?
Yeah.
To Oklahoma State?
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Hell yeah, he says.
I'll be
Hell
on the first flight out of San Marcos. Sorry.
You been to Stillwater?
No, but
Oh, it's tough. I mean, you got Eskimo Joes and a bunch of really attractive co-eds, but you're out there.
That's fine.
About an hour drive from Oklahoma City.
That's fine. Yeah, that's not that far either.
All right.
Yeah.
It's not like Wichita State, which is in the middle of nowhere. But all right. All right, let's get a couple of mentions in here, and then let's get to the commentary. Hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. It's Audiovisual Consultations. Our man, Tom McKay, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered. The man is going to bring you the best price on big screens. He can set you up with a media room, the media room of your dreams, going to hit you up with some surround sound. If you need surveillance, he's got that. New lighting, electronic shades. Tom McKay's got you covered at AV Consultations. All you got to do is make this phone call, 255-8678. 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. My guys who are snoring, take advantage of this great partnership that we have right now with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center. Look, if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea. And Dr. Chad Denman has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. And you got 2 locations in Austin, Lakeway and the Arboretum. More importantly, though, Dr. Chad's got the best technology to detect your level of sleep apnea and the best treatment options. From an oral appliance like I have, mouth guard, holds my lower jaw open when I sleep, get that oxygen I need, and all the way to surgery. But here's the thing. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com, you tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. So you're going to know exactly what's going on while you're sleeping and the best treatment options. Take advantage of this great partnership right now. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And Cover 3, I think if you go to Cover 3 Anderson tonight, you'll be hanging out with Tiger Brown, who will be working at Cover 3 Anderson. And, of course, you got Cover 3 Round Rock. You got happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30 and happy hour 3:30 to close on Mondays. And brunch on the weekends. Oh, yeah. The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. This is your college football headquarters, but, maybe you want to see if my Tigers can reverse the curse right now against the Guardians. Either way, head over to Cover 3. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. All right. This is interesting. Noah Martinez says Jeff Traylor isn't a big-time coach. I don't know why you say that, Noah, because his players keep getting picked off left and right by the schools with more NIL. I like Jeff Traylor. You put him in a program with some NIL, that guy can coach.
Yeah. He ain't going too far out of San Antonio to get his players either.
Right.
He's getting a lot of homegrown guys that have been overlooked, and he develops the crap out of them. I mean, look at Trey Moore and the success that he's had during his short Texas tenure. Like, a lot of that was from Jeff Traylor and his coaching staff and development that way. So, yeah, no, we appreciate the comment, but respectfully disagree. But keep the comments going. That's what we love here.
Yeah.
Texas Sports Unfiltered. Everybody entitled to their own opinion. We love y'all's takes. Keep them going.
Keep them coming. All right. I learned a couple things from last weekend. I learned on Monday that the Lions are okay. Now I'm looking at all these power rankings. Everybody's got the Lions in the top 3 ahead of Green Bay. I'm like, okay, let's see. Maybe the Lions are trending in the right direction now that my man AQ Muhammad is getting it done over Marcus Davenport.
Yo, leave Marcus Davenport alone, please.
I'm so sad that he's on IR.
Thank you.
So sad. So, yeah, I learned that. Look, I learned Oklahoma cannot run the football without John Mateer. So, Michael Hawkins, let's see what you got. I learned that Texas Tech is pretty good in the trenches. And Will Hammond.
Quarterback controversy.
Hell yes. Hell yes. Just like Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
You got to watch out for these guys who are coming up from nowhere, from the unrecruited ranks. These guys have been scratching and clawing their whole lives. This is like their dream. They're not going to get nervous now. It's like Michael Taft. That guy's been scratching and clawing to get to this point. He ain't going to get nervous. He's just going to keep doing what he do. I mean, look, Texas has won big with a number 1 recruited quarterback, Vince Young, number 1 prospect in the whole nation. Texas has had 3 of those. Vince Young, Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning. And they got to a national championship game with 3-star Tuscola Jim Ned, weighed 168 pounds when he got to Texas, Colt McCoy. So, can't measure a guy's heart. Can't measure a guy's heart. And that's what all the critics have been saying about Arch Manning. We'll see if Arch Manning has gotten out of his head and is ready to rumble once he hits Gainesville.
Yeah, Hummer, the way that Hummer was talking, it's like he got Texas as the 4th best team in the state. He was talking TCU up, Josh Hoover and Sonny Dykes and them, saying A&M, saying Tech. They got Texas. He didn't say it. He wasn't quoted saying, I got Texas number 4. But with the way he was bigging up all those 3 teams I just named, Tech, TCU, A&M, sure sounded like it.
Well, outside of the Sam Houston game, the Texas offense has been a bleep show. I mean, they had 1 offensive penalty against UTEP, and then they went back to having 8 offensive penalties last week. It's like, hey, guys, get out of your own way. That's my biggest concern. My biggest concern is not Arch Manning's noggin. It's these penalties that are making it harder for Arch Manning in this offense to convert 3rd downs. That was maybe the most impressive thing to me about Texas in the Sam Houston game, because despite all the penalties, they were able to convert 3rd downs and score on 9 straight scoring drives to open the game. So,
yeah. You expect Cole Hudson for Florida?
Yeah.
What's his deal? What was his
turf
injury?
toe?
Turf toe. That's right.
Turf toe.
Nagging. I don't like that.
Yeah, that could be tough.
That could be tough, especially like that's gonna get stepped on when you do a quarterback sneak as a center. You kidding me? Like, what are we talking?
What you laughing for?
Because it's just like it's gonna be an issue. Like, that scares me. For his sake, for the team's sake, like, he's tough as hell. Like, you talk about how he played his freshman year, torn labrum or something.
Yeah,
like,
in his shoulder.
Yeah, he's tough as I don't know what, but still, like, this offensive line, they're not good enough to have guys hurt and play.
Right. They need cohesion.
Yeah.
They need time together. They need synchronicity. They need connection. Because I thought we saw connection from the quarterback to the receiver, tight ends. I mean, Endries has disappeared, but
Yeah, where's he been?
that's all right. They were getting
just chilling or what?
they were getting Jordan Washington the ball and Amari Winston, and
yeah.
you'll
Can they let
see
Spencer Shannon catch a pass too? He can
who?
do more than just Spencer Shannon.
Yeah, man.
We get him something.
Can we get him a little something? I'm expecting some creativity once we hit SEC play. I'm expecting some nice little nuances with Arch's legs, maybe a little jump pass to Spencer Shannon. Just they call your number. Make sure you deliver.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you won't ever get your number called again.
Yeah, that tight end room is heavy. Like Jordan Washington now, he caught that touchdown. His blocking's better because there was one point against UTEP, you're getting Arch Manning killed.
Let me tell you, because I was looking this up. The blocking is not good enough. It is not good enough.
Run blocking, pass blocking, both.
So Amari Winston has an 84 point. He's 84.6 in like the passing plays. He's 54.2 in pass blocking. The best pass blocker and run blocker is Endries. It's not even close. He's a 77.3 according to Pro Football Focus. Of course, anything over a 70 is above average. He's 77.3 as a run blocker. He's 69.4 as a pass blocker. Now Spencer Shannon, good as a pass blocker. Nick Townsend, good as a pass blocker. All of them need to be better in run blocking because they're all in the 50s outside of Endries. And that's what's weird about this offensive line. The offensive line, you've got Trevor Gooseby, who's good at everything. He's good at pass blocking, run blocking. Nick Brooks, who played 25 snaps, is now, he's an 80 as a pass blocker, which is right up there with a couple other backups. Jordan Coleman and Nate Kibble are 80s as pass blockers. Those are the highest on the team. Those guys don't even play. And then as far as run blocking, Gooseby, 80. DJ Campbell's a 70. I mean, Neto's a 63. Brandon Baker's a 61.
Ugh.
Will Hudson, 56.
Ugh.
And Connor Stroh, 42.
Oh, my gosh.
So here's Connor Stroh. He's a 76.9 as a pass blocker, 47.4 as a run blocker.
Yeah.
They got decisions to make. Like, they got to figure this out. And this is the week to do it. Like, Neto, he hasn't been getting a lot. Neto's played 73 snaps. Connor Stroh's played 220.
Yeah, it seems like it's Connor's job, especially what we saw in the Ohio State game. Him getting first reps there. And I think they're going to see if Connor Stroh can figure it out, But, yeah, that's not good. Kyle Flood, you earned all your paycheck this year because you got to get these guys right. Like,
coach them up.
Yeah, as bad as Arch has been, even though it hasn't been that bad, you look at this offensive line, you're like, okay, does he trust this offensive line to where it doesn't make you a little antsy in the pocket because guys might miss assignments. So if you're thinking about that instead of thinking about completing these throws and stuff, you could have these moments that we've seen with Arch Manning where he's been inaccurate and he's struggled and thrown balls in the dirt and stuff because you're thinking about so many things. You know, when you have a comfortable offensive line where you know these guys are in sync and you have all the time in the world in the pocket to make those down the field throws, you play better football. But this offensive line, you just don't know. Like, go back to maybe the biggest play of the year thus far, that 4th and 3, Ohio State. You got to have it. Brandon Baker doesn't even see the dude fly off the edge. Old CJ Hicks for Ohio State to get arched. That's no clue. Just like we ain't gonna touch him. Like, why the hell are you double teaming with DJ Campbell? What are we doing? Like, where's the communication? Now that was game 1. Now we're going on game 5. So guys get better with reps and experience. But still, if you're Arch Manning, do you trust these guys to make those big time blocks to where you feel comfortable? I can't fully say that he does yet. And I don't blame him.
Well, they've only allowed 3 sacks. I mean, you know, that puts them in the top, 17th in the country. They're doing pretty good in pass protection, but the run blocking's got to get better. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Family owned and operated. Covert Bee Cave. They're the best in the business. And they're like, say, how would you know? Because I am a product of Covert Bee Cave. Our Buick Encore GX, we absolutely love it. It's the right car for my wife and I. And they took care of us when we went in. We had a whole bunch of questions. They answered those to the T. And just buying a car is a stressful process. But Covert Bee Cave, they help with all that car anxiety that you would have going in. Because you want to get the right car. You want it to fit your budget, this, that, and the third. And they will take care of you to find something that fits your family, your budget, and everything in between. Hit up covertbcave.com to see the latest specials and inventory. You'll see different types of brands like Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, Buick, and GMC. Shout out to my man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the crew at Covert Bee Cave. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Ship. Well, the messiest story in college football is Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. Yep.
Wait, there's more?
Huh?
There's more?
There's more because they have now graced the cover of US Weekly. And our guy Bill is the first
Weekly.
Us Weekly. Yeah, Us Weekly. Thank you. Us Weekly. Obviously, I don't read Us Weekly because I'm calling it US Weekly. But either way, Bill is the first collegiate coach in history to be on the cover of Us Weekly. Now, this wasn't like a professional Us Weekly photo shoot. This was taken at, I want to say, one of the NFL, banquets or ceremonies that they had, and they just took the picture. But the caption says, opportunists, moose, deeply misunderstood, friends and insiders talk to us about how the former cheerleader captured the 73-year-old coaching legend's heart and became the most talked about woman in sports. Lovely photo, by the way. This is a great picture.
Great picture of her.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Bill looks as happy as he can.
Bill looks like he's heading to his own funeral.
Oh my gosh, man. This is just how he smiles. But I'm thinking about buying my first ever Us Weekly because I want to know. I want an inside look at what friends and insiders have to say about the relationship, what they think.
Well, how can they call her a muse when North Carolina's getting curb stomped every week? Like, a muse is someone who inspires you to greatness. inspires you to have great ideas to find success.
Yeah, might not be on the field. It might be in other places. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, now.
It ain't about performing on the field. Like, come on. We'll get there.
The way she talks to him on the sidelines and whatnot, Bill's like, hey, man, y'all handle this meeting. I'm going to go meet Jordan for a nooner.
Yo, a nooner's crazy. I don't think he's doing that, man. He's still professional. He could be in love. Yeah, she's young. So he ain't the first, won't be the last.
She's chipping the rust and barnacles off that heart? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
You sure he's just not enjoying having relations with a 24-year-old?
I mean, I'm sure he does. Why wouldn't he? That sounds great. Sounds like a good time. Sounds fun. You know, Daddy, can I have $20?
Hey, is Us Weekly going to get to the bottom of how they met?
I don't know. Maybe. We're not talking about that, though.
We're not talking about that.
Talking about that. You know, I hope it works out, man. I hope they get this win. Hope they beat Clemson. That's a bad game. That's a game that I'll be locked in on because they could beat Clemson with the way that it's going right now. Dabo bashing K. Klubnik, which that's what K. Klubnik needs, man. Some players, they respond to that. Yeah, bash his ass. He's from Westlake. So what?
Bash his ass?
Yes, bash his ass. He's from Westlake.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Blah.
Let them know. Let them know our quarterback needs to be better. What has our quarterback been doing all off season? What's been going on? I need more from him. Yeah, I'm with that. By the way,
is Clemson off this week?
Yeah, they're off.
And North Carolina too?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's off.
North Carolina. Yeah, man. Oh, what's Bill going to do with his off week? He's going to go
vacation.
Yeah, man.
That's what he's supposed to do.
He'd be like, hey, Jordan.
Yeah, let's go to the Bahamas for a few days.
I like this Us Weekly cover. It's making my pants move. Let's go.
I'd rather go to the Bahamas for a few days than hang out with those rooty poots.
Hey, the minute she starts turning him down.
Nah, she ain't turning him down. Nah. Bill got the Viagra on deck. Bill slaying it down. You know what I'm saying? She ain't turning it down. It's not one of them stories. Stop. Don't do that to my mom.
Is one of those stories.
Bill's putting her through the mattress. Let's just keep it real. Bill's full suplex.
I could have gone all day without that image.
Kurt Angle style through the mattress. My guy, Bill Belichick. Come on, don't miss Bill with that. By the way, our boy Quinn Ewers, he's still with Sooner Girl. She had my man Quinn at the Oklahoma-Auburn game. Now, look, you see the fit. I'm just making sure Quinn ain't in no Sooner gear. Quinn ain't wearing no Texas gear because Quinn ain't trying to get jumped or nothing. That's crazy territory for Quinn Ewers to be at. But his girl's a Sooner. As a good man does, he supports his woman no matter what. Fellas, y'all been there before where something went completely against everything you stood for, but your woman was that important that you took that sacrifice. You made that compromise. That's all my man Quinn Ewers is doing here because he didn't have to go. He could have told, yo, babe, I'm really not. I'm not trying to be here. Like, we had a Thursday night game. Mike McDaniel gave the team the rest of the week off, or rest of the weekend off. So Quinn Ewers said, you know what? I'm going to go hang out with my girlfriend. She's
What's that wristband he's got on? That might be to the OU Club Lounge.
Oh, maybe. I can't tell.
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe it's just some inspirational little wristband. All right, let's bring in the fellas, because it is time to open up the gym. Patrick and Matt, what's going on?
What's up, guys?
Oh, good to see you guys. Have you guys heard our conspiracy theory? What's going to happen to Bill Belichick this season?
Give it to us.
That Bill Belichick, because he's screwing up so bad in North Carolina, he's just going to want out. When the Dolphins fire Mike McDaniel, he's going to be like, give me that Miami job, even interim for the rest of the season. Jordan Hudson wants to go down to Miami. She's going to be happy in Miami instead of North Carolina, and he gets to play the Patriots twice a year to try and get his revenge against a team he feels wronged him.
Stephen Ross would have to lose his effing mind to pull that move.
But come on, Bill Belichick's going to at least put his name in for it. Be like,
of course,
hey, call me. Give me that Miami job.
He was hitchhiking for any NFL job before he somehow convinced.
I need out of North Carolina fast, and I can't just leave. I can't just leave because then I quit. But if I get an NFL job, I'll pull the reverse Bobby Petrino, put a note in the locker, and head on out.
Okay, if you had $1 billion NFL franchise, would you hire Bill Belichick to do anything?
No.
I mean, I'd hire him to pick out the girls.
Okay,
seems good at that.
There you go.
Is he? Because it seems like he's picked a psycho.
Well, that's
Psycho Matt. Come on, she's a lovely girl. What
I gotta go.
Doing? Oh man, y'all wrong. All y'all three wrong. I'm out of here.
Oh, always good with Chip and Zay there. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328, or you can hit us up on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube, where to do that. Rob, I don't think Atlanta wants – I think they wish they hired somebody else. I don't know if they want to hire Bill Belichick. And Sam, I'm telling you, this is the best conspiracy theory that we've come up with, I think, is that Bill Belichick being like, who are you going to find as an interim head coach? You don't even have to give me a long contract. You literally have to give me to the end of the year. It's all I need. Because if I'm good, you'll rehire me. But I don't need a 5-year deal or anything like that. Just hire me to the end of the year. Be great. Can't be worse than what you got going on there.
Can I debunk another conspiracy theory while we're on here?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Just real quick before we get into things. This whole narrative about Texas is so lucky because they've played 8 backup quarterbacks in 11 SEC games.
I love it.
On the face, it seems kind of odd, and I understand that.
It's technically true, but also not real.
So I went through and just went game by game and completely debunked the validity of this. Number one, on the graphic that I saw, DJ Lagway was on there for next week.
Yeah,
he's playing. He's practicing today. He's going to play. John Mateer, I'll give you. He's not there.
Yeah.
Texas knocked Carson Beck out of the football game. That's not Texas's fault. And then Gunnar Stockton beat them. So that doesn't count.
No,
the Aggies. Connor Wegman only started 3 games that year. Marcel Reed started the rest. He may have started 4, but he started
my
the
favorite
rest.
part about this, because this is Aggies doing this right now. The Aggies are the ones who are like, this is terrible what they're letting Texas get away with somehow injuring quarterbacks. But they're like, Marcel Reed was a backup. This horrible quarterback had to come in as our backup. That's the only reason he beat us. By the way, he should win the Heisman this year. Like, you can't tell me he's a Heisman candidate this year and he was bad. Like, I get it. You can say he's gotten better, but save it.
And he started all 3 games prior to the Texas game. That doesn't count. Kentucky benched their starter against Texas because Texas was eating him alive. Florida last year. That one counts, but honestly, what we've seen from DJ Lagway this year, was that really like a bad thing for them? Would DJ Lagway have thrown 6 interceptions? Oklahoma. Jackson Arnold was benched because he was dog water.
Yeah.
Mississippi State. Texas started their backup in that game. None of it counts. I don't care. It's all just a conspiracy theory to make Texas seem like they weren't as good as they were last year.
Well, I'd like to throw in for the record, we won it all with a backup 7th round quarterback that should have been playing behind Arch.
Yeah.
For the record, according to these same people, they say that Quinn Ewers is worse than Arch. So I'm just saying we did it with a backup quarterback to them. So, if we just want to be, comparing apples and oranges, let's go ahead and do it. It's funny stuff. It is very funny stuff. I want to ask you this, Matt. So I've seen this thing the last couple of days. It's popped up in my feed about the Spurs having a big announcement, and I don't think it's anything major, but they have a thing where it's like big announcement, and they're like teasing an announcement thing. And I was texting my friend. I'm like, is it wrong that in 2025, whenever any sports team or anything I like tease a big announcement, I'm like, oh, you're going to ruin everything, aren't you? It's never anything really good. It's never anything for the fans. The more they tease it, the more it's not for anybody but them. Like, that's like, WWE keep being like, guys, you are not going to believe what we have. Guys, you will not believe it. We're going to Saudi Arabia. You're like, why are you pretending this is like a good thing that we're all going to be on board for? And Texas, and they didn't hype it that bad, but Texas hyped up the human announcement for a little bit. And you're like, oh, we get a logo on our field. What we all wanted. Oh, I've crossed that off my Christmas list early. So it's always something to that effect. And then what scares me about it now, and I'm sure people know, and I could probably make a phone call or two and figure out what it is, but I'm just going to sit and wait on it. But they announced a partnership with RBFCU today, and I'm like, oh, I thought this, because my guess is it's another logo to go on the quarter on a uniform. That's normally what these are. Is like, guys, huge announcement coming. You were not going to believe this huge announcement. But I'm a little worried they're going to make huge announcement. We're playing like 6 games in Mexico next year. Like, that's not good. No one wants this. None of your fans want this. It's like, you're trying to get a new market share. I get that. That's fine. But don't pretend like we're all going to be super pumped about it.
Well, I don't follow the Spurs, so I don't know if they've already done this. But if they haven't done this, then this is my guess for what it could be. Mm-hmm. The city edition uniform that everybody comes out with every year. That's always
they do. I don't think that's what this is. It may be a new one, because every NBA team has one. So it could be a new one of that. But yeah, I'm like, if you ever see now a big announcement, my butt clenches a little bit, just a little bit, that little whole clench for you. Because I'm like, it's never anything I want. It's always something of like, guys, we just made a bunch more money. Aren't you proud of us? Like, no, none of us care about. Are you going to spend it on the team? Like, probably not. We're probably just going to go into our owners and investors like that. We all just made more money. Cool, isn't it? Isn't it cool that when you buy a jersey now, you get to support 2 brands you don't care about? Isn't that great? Isn't that a cool thing? So I'm curious. We'll see what it is tomorrow. But I'm assuming it's probably something where they just are making more money. I know it can't be. They can't be announcing the new stadium yet or the new arena or whatever it is, because I think they still has to be a vote somewhere in that. I think so. But they're trying to build that new arena downtown too, in downtown San Antonio. Which, look, keep my Spurs where they are. I don't live there, so it won't really affect my taxes. So keep my Spurs in San Antonio, and I'll be thrilled about it.
Have they named the head coach yet for next year?
Yeah, Mitch Johnson, the guy who filled in for Pop, is still the head coach. Okay. So yeah, they retroactively went back to and gave him all his wins.
Gotcha.
So so it's the first, like last year was all going to Pop, but then once Pop stepped down, they're like, okay, all of those, you're the head coach, all of those are now your games. So we don't need to like you were coaching those. So yeah, but he has been named. They just moved him up. They didn't go try and get anybody big. Didn't go for a big name there. Let's get into it, Matt. Yesterday after the show, we talked a little bit about the standard opponents, and I've still seen some people coming out, and everybody is I don't think they're following the same trend I did, which was, oh, can you make this better? And you're like, not really. You can just kind of change a couple things, and everybody's changing it to where they're like, okay, so these 8 teams in the SEC we don't care about at all. How do we fix the top 6 teams to get the matchups we want, and then all the rest of y'all don't really matter? That was kind of the process, because we kept seeing LSU fans are most upset because they wanted LSU Alabama, and they don't want LSU Texas A&M, which we knew was going to happen. That's a main one I've seen. It's like, why is LSU Alabama? And they're like, well, because the SEC thought that was a Nick Saban rivalry, which it pretty much was.
No. LSU thought that was a rivalry. Alabama didn't give a shit.
No. But it was a Nick Saban rivalry. It was based on you took our coach.
Yeah, one side of it. Yeah.
Yeah. But the other side, it wasn't, I think they were like, oh yeah, we play them all the time, but it's not like a rivalry. And so, yeah, it's always that piece of trying to make 16 teams work. And then everybody goes, well, no, but my team deserves all 3 picks. But then we get into yes, Craig, the backup QB crap. Yeah, it's silly. It is. I saw that post today. It's you there. Greg in the chat says thank you for clarifying the backup QB crap. Yes, that's what he's clearing. But we get the new schedule coming out, so now we know who Texas will be playing. We were correct. The schedule is harder next season than it is this season. If we can see that at all. You can see that on your screens. As we get into 2026, Texas will face the 3 normal opponents, Texas A&M, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. You get to play Florida once again, Ole Miss, LSU, Tennessee, Missouri, and Mississippi State. So really you're looking at Mississippi State and Arkansas probably being the 2 that just should be pretty solid, favorites in. You should be favorites in a lot of these games, but like solid favorites, like multiple score favorites in those 2 games. Missouri, if they keep playing well, I mean, who knows if they can continue going back and forth on that one, but Missouri is another one that is not quite a give me. They're kind of in the Vanderbilt range now, I think, like what Vanderbilt is now, of a team that can definitely beat you, but maybe is not the world beater. You don't expect to be a playoff team, but you're still like, they can beat you any week. And then Tennessee, LSU, Ole Miss, Florida. I mean, it will be a Florida with a new coach, but there's still a pretty good lineup for Texas that you get in this one. And then, you rotate basically the next year. You'll be playing Auburn, Georgia, Kentucky, Alabama, South Carolina, and Vanderbilt. Auburn and Georgia and Alabama in the same year 2 times is going to be rough if Alabama doesn't completely just go to shit at some point.
Yeah, so Texas's home schedule is pretty awesome, at least especially comparative to this year. This year's home schedule is absolutely terrible, and most people have been complaining about it because your only real home draw this season is Texas A&M. I mean, I guess technically you could count Vanderbilt now because they're pretty good. But next year you get Ohio State, you get Ole Miss, you get Florida, you get Arkansas. That's going to be a lot of fun. So it's just going to continue to get better from there. On the face of it, I think it seems a lot harder than it is in terms of some of these other opponents. For example, Tennessee, they're not going to have Joey Aguilar. They may be starting a freshman in that game. Faison Brandon's the number 1 quarterback in the country. He's committed to Tennessee right now. Also, the number 1 wide receiver in the country, Tristan Keys, is committed to Tennessee right now. So that could be a fun one. The one that I'm most excited about is traveling to LSU. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Death Valley, I can guarantee you it's at night. I would put my mortgage that game is at night without question. And of course, I'm excited that my Ole Miss Rebels are coming to Austin. The last time that Ole Miss came to Austin, they blew out Texas. So I would assume that's going to be a little bit different this time around, but it'll be a fun narrative. Arch Manning facing off against his dad and uncle and grandfather's alma mater, all that stuff. So that'll be fun. Same thing with Tennessee too. Same thing with Tennessee. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, I know that was Zay was saying that they missed the opportunity. They should have flipped the Ole Miss home and away so the Arch could go to Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Because that would be the connection of, having Arch there and Eli there and having all of that stuff. You have the Tennessee, which I'm sure Peyton will try and get to that game if he can. But it's not quite the same as Ole Miss that Arch won't be able to go to it. So that one I get. Again, that one is probably one that not many people thought about until you're like, oh yeah, that would have been kind of cool. But then you have to flip over other people's schedules because now somebody else has to be home and away, and then that changes their home and away, and you have to flip a lot of pieces to make all that work. I'm sure at the end of the day, it's not just a 1-1 because Texas doesn't want to have only 3 home games in 2026. They'd much rather have the 4 natural home games in 2026. It's that's what you're looking to do is have the 4 home games, 4 away games, and the neutral site game all 4 of those years as well, which is good. Sometimes when you're not doing it in a 4-year plan, you will end up with, that Oklahoma game being a home game for you. And I mean, technically you have that now that the games, it's a home game away one day, year and away game another, and you get 5 and 4 and 5 and 4. But if they were to, not plan it out that way and give that to you as a home game and then only give you 5 more away games, that would be a rough one. That'd be a little bit rougher.
Yeah, Texas has 7 home games now next year, which is going to be crazy.
I mean, and they're better games.
Yeah, a lot better games.
I mean, the only home game you're going to – Mississippi State is probably the only one that's not super in tight. Because Arkansas is still a rivalry.
Yeah, poor Arkansas having to come to Austin 2 years in a row.
Poor Arkansas. They'll have a different coach, though. So, change things up. But yeah, you get that. The Florida, at least, Florida doesn't have, you got to go home and away and then home again for Texas. So they don't have to do that. They're going to have to come back next year with the new coach as well. I mean, how many of these teams are going to have new coaches next year?
Should we count?
I mean, I think it's only 2.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's only Arkansas and Florida.
Actually, it could be 4, Patrick.
I mean, if Oklahoma falls off a cliff.
No, none of the SEC teams except for Florida.
Oh, okay.
Arkansas. But Texas State's coach, G.J. Kinney,
could take another big job.
He could take a big job. Jeff Traylor could finally take a big job. Oklahoma State's open. Both of those guys are candidates for that job. So technically, you could face 4 first-time head coaches. I think
Jeff Traylor has done the lip service already, at least, to say that he really enjoys San Antonio and is not trying to leave. But we all know that doesn't really carry as much weight as it should.
No. Texas A&M might have a new offensive coordinator, too.
Yeah, we could go there.
Because Colin Klein is a real hot name right now, plus Kansas State is in the gutter. And if they're looking for a new head coach, it would make all the sense in the world for Colin Klein to be that guy because he's a former Kansas State quarterback. He's one of the hottest coaching candidates in the country. So there could be a little turnover.
It also, if we have your favorite coaching rumor that Lane Kiffin wants to go to Florida, your favorite coaching rumor.
It's not happening.
That's why I said that's why it's your favorite. That would give us another new head coach. I'm just saying it's another.
Oklahoma's probably going to have a new offensive coordinator too.
Yeah. Arbuckle's probably getting a job out of this. I mean, he's so young though, isn't he? How young is Arbuckle?
Let me look. Well, hold on.
Yeah, I think he's a really young guy. But Eli Drinkowitz seems fine. Josh Heupel. 30. Yeah, 30 is really young to be a head coach. That's like Sark first time around head coach. We saw how well that went. Tennessee. I mean, I guess it was good at Washington for a little bit. Tennessee, though, well, yeah, their Heupel's good there. Who knows with Brian Kelly? He could leave and go somewhere else too. Who knows? It's Brian Kelly. I don't think he will be though. So I think you're pretty good on there that Arkansas and Florida will be your 2 new coaches coming into town next season. in 2026. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with the schedule. It is not, I don't think there's a year. It kind of depends on what Auburn ends up being. You don't have to play Alabama and Georgia away on the same year. That would be really tough. If Auburn turns into a better team at some point in the future, if they're able to start figuring it out, that becomes a, more difficult schedule with that. And, if Vanderbilt stays good, South Carolina, like there's just that one could be that one. I feel like Alabama and Georgia's evened out by Auburn, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Vanderbilt. At least two of those teams will be somewhat down, right? You don't figure all four will be up in the same year.
And Arkansas.
Yeah, but I'm just considering Arkansas down all the time. I'm not even putting them in the equation of sometimes being up.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that Hugh Freeze will still be at Auburn in 2027. I think it's going to fall off the rails at some point.
I could believe that, but they could have a new guy that that's what I'm saying. There's enough money in Auburn. There's enough money there that if someone comes in that can figure it out, then all of a sudden they become relevant.
I have a question for you, Patrick.
Yeah.
You're a basketball guy.
Yes.
Bruce Pearl retiring.
Yes.
Does Auburn punt on basketball and put all of their NIL resources into football now?
No, I think they're fine the way that it is. The only school who's putting more money in than anybody else, everyone else has pretty much the same amount of split is what I've heard, what I've read, and what I've talked to people about, other than Kentucky. Everybody else pretty much is like on board with this would go to football, this is what goes into basketball. I think most people are kind of more into that. Now, NIL-wise, you could say that they could, some people may spend a little less money because they don't want it is his kid. So Stephen Pearl's kind of part of the family there. But it's going to depend on what they do this season. Like if they're a Final Four team again, then why would they change anything? They're still pretty happy. But if they don't make the tournament, that NIL money will dry up really quick. And they'll be like, I'm going to put more in football. I don't care. But I like the idea. But yeah, Kentucky's the only one that I've heard is like basically saying, screw football. We're going on basketball. Everybody else is trying to keep competitive basketball as well because it's not a great look to just be awful at a sport, like a major sport, and recruiting anything. It's not a great look. So I think they're trying to keep everything kind of afloat. And if you're Auburn, you're doing well enough. You can keep everything up there. We're getting closer to season time, man. I just saw the players were speaking to the media. We're getting closer and closer, Matt, to having basketball and football going at the same time. There's baseball this weekend.
Yeah.
Texas baseball this weekend, playing Texas Tech this weekend. I'm not keeping up with that enough at all. I'm assuming that Jonah will not be at baseball this weekend. It's a bye week. It's a bye week. He's like, I'll be over there. He asked. He asked. He goes, it's a bye week. Why can't I play baseball? And they're like, dude, no.
I have a hot take.
What's that?
I don't think Jonah's ever going to see the field for the baseball team again.
You don't think so?
No. I think he's going to be penciled in as a starter next year in football, and I think he's going to pursue a football career, even though like you said the other day, it is a lot safer and more profitable to play baseball. I think Jonah's going to end up playing football.
The only reason that I might question this is because everybody said the only reason he came to Texas was because they let him do both. But do you think it'll just be like once he gets here, it's too much? And he's just like, okay, that was more than I could.
Eventually, you have to choose. Unless you're Jameis Winston or Deion Sanders, eventually you have to choose. There's plenty of examples of it. Like Austin Simmons went to Ole Miss in part because he was going to play baseball and football. Yeah. And he's just playing football now.
No, I get that. And I think quarterback is, that'd be ridiculous to try and do both. But but that's like, I just feel like, I kind of want him to play both. I get the concept of wanting him to play football. But I like that Travis Hunter athlete, that crazy 1 in a million guy who is just good enough to do both things. And he's on the cusp of being good enough to do that. I don't know if that's, I don't know. And Rodney, I get Sark. I don't think in 2025 you're making him choose. I think maybe after next year, you'd be like, you can't miss all of spring because we need you to be a starter in football. but you can make it another year without him being a starter. Once he's a starter, you'd rather him not play baseball. I get that.
And I think he's going to be a starter next year.
He could be.
Michael Taft's going to be gone. I don't think Sark's ever going to sit down and have a conversation with him and say, you need to choose. I think Jonah is just going to realize eventually, like, I need to pick one because this is I'm going to be a starter next year. I'm going to have to put in way too much work. And he's a guy, like, he's going to play safety. I mean, hell, he could develop into a freaking linebacker with how athletic and gigantic he is. But he's going to play safety, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets involved in, like, special teams with kick returning and punt returning because he did that a lot in high school, and he was awesome at it. I just have a sneaky suspicion that he's not going to play. I could be totally wrong, and if I am, I will admit it when it happens. But I just have a suspicion that he will not be part of the baseball program for much longer.
Ed Binks, the spring game was the least important part of spring football. By far the least important part of it. Yeah. It was fun. It was the funnest one for us, but the conflict is all of spring football still. So they will. It is still a major problem of while we're figuring out our lineups, while we're getting our game plan, while we're installing all of these things, you missing a bunch of time. And you hope that baseball goes further and further into the offseason. So it becomes more and more difficult to have guys do that. I there's something about it, though. Like, I just don't – I get the concept of it, and I think, I'd say the odds are you're right. Something tells me I think he's going to try at least one more season of it because I think he actually wants to play baseball at Texas or, like, wants to try playing college baseball.
I'm sure he does.
But here's the other good part for Jonah Williams. Even if he was to quit playing baseball and never pick up a bat in the rest of college, play 2 more years of college and go pro in the NFL, and he gets drafted to somewhere he doesn't want to go, he could go to he could still go to Major League Baseball. They would have no problem being like, you took 2 years off. Who cares? It's baseball. Put you in the minors for next year. Like, it's fine. You just won't get drafted quite as high, but he could still clearly go play baseball at any point. I mean, they let Michael Jordan play baseball. That dude hadn't played since like junior high.
And he wasn't ever good at it, though.
He was, look, for a guy, I will say this, for a basketball player to switch to a sport they had not played competitively since like junior high and be able to hit 200 is insane.
Oh, of course.
Like, they're insane numbers for what he actually did. And if he would have played for another 2 years, he would have been a major league player because he's just that guy and that talented. But I get the one season he did it, but then they were going to have a strike. And then there was all the other weird stuff. And the NBA let off that fake suspension or whatever that was, the unsaid suspension for gambling. And he came back. But in all reality, when you actually look back at that season and you're like, oh, that guy hadn't played baseball in like 10 plus years. And then he's already batting 200 in the minors. Okay. All right. That's pretty decent. Because most people who hadn't picked up a bat in 10 years would bat like 50. Every once in a while, I'll get a lucky hit with a bad pitcher, but I don't think most people would be able to bat 200.
I don't think that if a Major League Baseball pitcher threw a 50-mile-an-hour, softball down the middle of the plate 100 times, that I could hit it 5 times.
I couldn't. I don't know if I could get a hit with a wood bat. I don't know if I get a hit. Like, even what you're saying, like, slow, because I don't know if I could put it in a gap. Like, I could make contact. I have faith that I could make contact. But I feel like that contact would be a dribbler to, like, shortstop or something.
Yeah.
And then I got to run, which is a whole different set of problems right there. So, unless I'm hitting bombs, I'm going to be – I don't know if I've got that fat guy speed like Rowdy Tellez or somebody like that. Or what's a Rangers guy, Berger? I don't remember his first name. It's like Jake Berger or something like that.
Pablo Sandoval?
Pablo Sandoval. But then we saw the best one was watching a Texas versus Houston game, and Jake Berger was hitting, and then the pitcher was King. So it just said Burger King. We're like, that's great. That's that Burger King matchup is what we all want to see in baseball. I thought that was
played the Whopper song during that game.
Oh God. No, I don't. No, don't play it ever again. Erase it from pop culture, man. Another piece I wanted to hit today is that we saw the Big Ten now came out, and did you see the Big Ten commissioner come out and they asked him? They go, okay, so the SEC did what you wanted. They got a 9-game schedule. They've also added that they will play 10 group of Power 4 teams. So they're playing 9 conference, and they are all have to play one more, so 10 a year. The ACC, basically, because the start of it was ACC saying, we're going to 9 conference games. One team will play 8 because of scheduling, because we can't it doesn't work with how many teams we have for everybody to play 9. So one team will have 8, but they still have to play 10 power conference schools, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 10 is now the norm because Big 12 was already at 10. Big 12 was at 10, SEC's at 10, and now the ACC is at 10. And they went to the Big 10 and they go, oh, we haven't even talked about it. We're probably not going to do it. Like, dude, y'all did this whole our schedule's harder than everybody thing. Everyone then agreed and said, we'll make our schedule harder. Not agreed, but did make their schedules harder. And now you're going to pansy out on the back end of that one? After all your coaches pounded their hands on the table and told us that our schedules it's such an unfair advantage that they don't have to. And you're not going to make your teams play a one more school. You're not going to force the power. Why? That's nonsense. That's crazy. It is why the Big Ten sucks the most.
I can guarantee you that next season, Kurt Signetti in Indiana are going to schedule 3 Powder Puff FCS teams as their non-conference.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's still going to make a joke about, well, we're just following the SEC blueprint, it's just we're doing the SEC thing. When Texas has games against Ohio State, Ole Miss, Florida, Arkansas, Mississippi State, Texas A&M, Missouri, Tennessee, Missouri.
They don't have any FCS games. None. They have
Never.
None. And they don't. And they have a good power school. So they have 10 power conference games and 2 non-FCS schools, 2 FBS schools.
And who else Texas has coming? They got Michigan the year after that, and they got Notre Dame the 2 years after that, and they got Arizona State the next 2 years after that. I mean, I can guarantee you one thing, Patrick. Next season, and really all 4 years, the next 4 that this schedule is structured this way until they go back and look at it again. The top 16 strength of schedule rankings preseason every year for the next 4 years, the top 16 teams are all going to be the SEC.
It's going to be damn close unless somebody schedules something other than someone schedules 2 big games, or if Notre Dame just comes out of the blue and starts scheduling super tough schedules. If Notre Dame just decides to screw it and we're going all in. Other than that, and I don't think Notre Dame's going to do that. I don't think the Big Ten. I don't think Ohio State's going to add another school and then get a conference schedule with Oregon, Penn State, USC, all the good teams. I just don't see the realest one of a power, a schedule, good conference schedule would be if it was a Purdue scheduled 3 hard non-conference. And then they just gave them a crap Big Ten schedule with all the really good teams. And then their strength of schedule would be through the roof, and they just wouldn't win any of the games.
That's true.
Lose them all. So it doesn't make it more impressive that you scheduled them. But I'm sure they'll ask. They'll be like, hey, some of you bad teams, can you schedule really good non-conference so it boosts up our total? So we don't want to ask the good teams to do it because then they won't make the playoffs. But if you bottom enders, considering you're getting paid a lot of money that you're not earning, could you give us some help out of here? But yeah, saw that today. It was you can't say you were yelling all off season that about the SEC, getting all mad about the FCS games, and then you didn't even consider adding in a 10th game of a power, making that mandatory. So teams like Indiana have to play somebody, even when Illinois or who's canceled games with power teams because they were it's too scary. It's too scary to do, guys. We're going to whoop up on Illinois and then be good with that. It's so ridiculous. Can't stand them. Can't stand the Big Ten.
The Big Ten is the worst conference in college football.
So
not by how good the teams are, because Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, Michigan to an extent, Indiana right now, they've got some good teams in there.
Yeah.
But the way that this conference is run and the personalities behind it and the coaches that are involved in it, it's, you know, the expression like this guy has a really punchable face. The Big Ten has the most punchable face of any power conference.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're dead on that one. Matt, let's get into a topic that I thought would be a little fun in a bye week. Looking at some different statistical categories after we have seen what these teams have come out with and the players that we've seen for Texas. We have seen them step up a little bit more. And we know a little bit more about who we think is going to be the top guys. And I'll open this up to the chat. I'll open this up to the text line as well. But I want to see who we project will be the leader in several statistical categories for Texas, right? So people that we think will lead the way, because I get asked this question at the beginning of every single football season. And we'll start with the one that I get asked at the beginning of football season every year. Who will lead Texas in rushing yards? Is a question I get asked pretty much every year because Texas has multiple backs. And then sometimes the answer is easier, or the question's phrase is, will Texas have a 1,000-yard rusher this season? So we could throw that in there as well. But who do you think, seeing now what CJ Baxter is, seeing Trey Wisner, seeing both of them have injury issues already, who do you think is the leading rusher for Texas at the end of the season?
I think it's pretty easy, honestly. I think it's going to be Trey Wisner. He's only 70 yards behind Jarrett Gibson. I think 75 yards maybe behind Jarrett Gibson, who's leading the team at the current moment.
Oh, okay. Well, let me rephrase these questions, by the way. I'm only talking about SEC play. So I'm throwing out the numbers that have already happened.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I still say Trey Wisner.
Okay.
I think once he gets back, I think he's going to get 16 to 20 carries a game.
Okay.
And CJ Baxter is going to get, 10 to 15. And you're going to have kind of a split there. And but I think Trey Wisner is it's the one category where if I could bet my mortgage on it, that's the one I would bet.
I mean, I think it's interesting. There's another point, and knock on wood on this one, but I just do think CJ Baxter is going to continue to get nicked up throughout the season, and not even missing lots of time, but missing snaps and missing carries. And I think Trey Wisner will play a few more. We'll be able to get more carries because Baxter will be gone for a series or two somewhere, and it'll just kind of add up throughout the season. The big question really on this for me is who has more explosive plays. And I think CJ Baxter could be that guy, because at the end of the day, if you're both rushing for round 4.5 yards per carry, it's a pretty decent number to run for through an SEC schedule. If you're both at the end of the season, some games you run for 5.5, some you run for 3.5. We get it. It'll even out 4.5 yards per carry. Your carries will be similar enough that maybe I think Trey Wisner has a few more carries, so he wins. But if all of a sudden you have a 70-yarder in there, an 80-yarder, and those pieces as carries, not as receptions, that's the way to swing it. So I don't know if Trey Wisner has explosive playability yet. I know he was working in the offseason. I think CJ Baxter has that more, but we still haven't seen him break a huge one. So I think CJ Baxter definitely has the ability to lead this team in rushing, but I think it would be based in, and I'm just saying of get to 1,000 yards or get something, really high level of play, because he breaks some big runs throughout the season. And that just, if you're averaging 80 yards a game and you go on an 80-yard run, it puts you a game ahead. Is what you're saying. So
yeah, that's fair.
It's an interesting piece for rushing yards to see, can CJ Baxter be an electric back who, once they start to get that O-line hopefully figured out, the run game figured out a little bit better, he's able to get some explosive plays. All right, next one we'll throw in. This one seems like there's an easy answer for this one too, but maybe it'll change in conference play. Rushing touchdowns. Right now it's Arch by a mile. So it is Arch Manning, and Arch Manning, right? But we're just good. We're going to wipe all those off. We're saying just in SEC play, are they able to find ways to get the running backs in the end zone? Or is this still just Arch Manning? It's his season to score the touchdowns. And the running backs, if they get them, it's probably going to be in the passing game.
You know, I just think that the way that Texas's offense has gone for the last 4 games, or the first 4 games, they really like Arch's running ability in the low red area, which is, you know, basically goal to go. So I honestly think it's going to be Arch. I think CJ Baxter is going to score some, and I think Trey Wisner is going to score some. But I like right now, and obviously the odds that this continues is probably very low. But right now, Arch is on pace to get 20 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
So even if he just gets 1 in every SEC game, he's going to have, 8, and that's going to lead the way. I just feel like that's kind of their game plan in the low red areas. So I think it's kind of an easy answer.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It does feel as if that this is I don't know. This feels like a pretty easy one that it's Arch Manning, because I don't have any faith that Texas is going to figure out how to run the ball in the red zone. We've seen 4 games so far, and they have run the ball in the red zone horribly.
Mm-hmm.
So unless this offensive line all of a sudden overnight figures it out, and in the bye week they all, take steroid up their legs and get nice and strong and get a better push. Not recommending this, by the way. Unless they find a way to get those holes, or Sark is just holding back the good plays, is the comment that I've been told a lot. No, Sark's just holding back those good plays. Sark's he's waiting on those. I think that piece has to go to Arch Manning. It has to be because if they're only rushing touchdowns, the red zones are going to Arch, then that means only explosive plays are going the other way, and Arch should score more on the ground than you're getting in explosive plays for touchdowns, especially from running backs. All right, we got 3 in the wide receiver category here, Matt. Let's start with receptions. A little bit different than receiving yards, a little bit different than receiving touchdowns. Receptions is the guy that becomes the go-to guy. Gunnar Helm was that guy last year. Gunnar Helm was your dude that you got the ball to a bunch. He didn't leave, it wasn't about receiving yards or touchdowns for Gunnar Helm so much as this is my safety blanket. So does Jack Endries fall into this? Is it Ryan Wingo because it's his guy? Is it Parker Livingstone because he feels good about him? Is it DeAndre Moore, who we saw that he had a great connection with still? Somebody else on this roster? Is it a running back? Who do you think takes the most receptions, Matt?
Ooh, this one's kind of tough. Or it was kind of tough. And then I looked at it I'm using the stats from non-conference to kind of educate my opinion on what's going forward. DeAndre Moore has played 1 less game than Parker Livingston and Ryan Wingo, and he's still second on the team in receptions. I think that trend is going to continue, and I think he's going to lead the team in receptions. He just he knows how to work the middle of the field. He knows how to get open. He obviously has a good connection with Arch right now. At least he did against Sam Houston State. So I think that in situations where, they need a first down, it's, 3rd and 7, they need to get something across the sticks. I think Arch is going to be looking for DeAndre Moore almost every single time.
Yeah, I'm curious about Jack Endries because we saw what he could do in the Ohio State game, right? We saw a little bit more of him being focused there. I think the next week we saw him a little bit more too, and then he was a little banged up. And so he was playing, but he was like the first guy they were pulling. Out of every player, they were like, let's go find these other tight ends. We want to try and work out some of these other guys. And so the question is, once they get into SEC play, how much are you still rotating those tight ends that Jack Endries gets pulled more, and so Jordan Washington gets opportunities, or Nick gets opportunities, or any of those guys get opportunities, versus Jack Endries is just kind of the dude who's in there for the most part, and so he does get a ton of those receptions because I think he is going to be a really valuable player. Again, I'll go with you and DeAndre Moore in here, but Jack Endries is an interesting one for me because it does feel like once we get to SEC play, he's a little bit healthier. We may just get to see a little bit more of that from Jack Endries. And then you throw in a Ryan Wingo and you go, well, he's the guy, but he's also going to be covered by really good DBs a lot of weeks. And so if he's going against the one, they're game planning for him. It's just hard to force the ball to him over and over and over again. You want to find him when he's open, but you don't want to force feed the ball to him at the level you make going to one of your check down guys who also has plays run for him, like a Jack Endries, maybe like a DeAndre Moore.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that DeAndre Moore, I like the idea of Jack Endries. I just don't think that, Arch and Jack have necessarily developed the same connection that he and DeAndre Moore have yet. That could develop as Jack Endries gets healthier, because you saw that they had a great connection against San Jose State.
Yeah.
So that was a positive thing. DeAndre Moore just seems like the easy choice here, because the types of routes that he runs and the situational aspect of it, he just seems like the most reliable guy to me.
How about receiving yards? Receiving yards now. So maybe not the most receptions, but someone who's getting a lot more downfield, getting big plays, running with the ball. This is where Ryan Wingo comes back into the conversation. This is where Parker Livingstone, who has had some really explosive plays already this season, I think is in that conversation as well. DeAndre Moore has to stay in it. If we're saying he's getting a bunch of catches, those are going to be downfield as well. Who do you like for most receiving yards?
I think that Ryan Wingo, if he really has found his connection with Arch, and they figured out that little, kink or whatever was wrong the first 3 weeks, I think he's going to lead the team in yards, because I think he's going to have the most explosive plays. He's by far the most explosive receiver, by far the fastest. You throw the ball on a screen to that guy, he could go 80. He can get behind the defense consistently. I feel like it has to be him. I don't know that there's going to be like a huge discrepancy in receptions between DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo. I think DeAndre is going to lead the team in receptions. I think Ryan Wingo is going to be close enough, and his explosive plays are going to take him over the top in terms of yardage.
Yeah, I like that. I like that pick as well. I think there's Parker Livingstone, I think maybe at a point in the season will be there, because he just feels like a guy that in some of these games is going to have 2 catches for 102 yards. Something like, you know what I mean? Just that dude who's just like, well, we found him twice in space and he just ran with it. And because he was the third guy, he just had tons and tons of room because they weren't playing for him. So, I mean, I think there's a point where he could be that guy. But I go with Ryan Wingo as well. DeAndre Moore is a close second because of receptions in there and the connection. He can get downfield as well. And, Ryan Wingo is probably prone to break a screen or something like that for a good 50, 60-yard run at some point this season as well. Let's hit receiving touchdowns, Matt. Receiving touchdowns. This is where we get into the red zone a little bit more, maybe some explosive plays. But when we start to get down in the nitty-gritty, who do you like to have the most receiving touchdowns?
So I'd have to go do a deep stat dive to see if this has ever happened in the history of college football. I'm not sure if it has or not. So if it hasn't, then maybe I'm an idiot. But has there ever been a team who was led in receptions by one guy, yards by another guy, and touchdowns by another guy?
I'm sure it's happened. But I could not tell you when. But I'm sure at some point, if you said the leading receiver is like you have a tight end that you love throwing the ball to in the red zone, then that changes it all up.
So that's kind of where I'm going with this. I think that Arch really likes Parker Livingston in the red zone. So I think he ends up leading the team in touchdown receptions. Not by a lot. Like maybe 1 more than Ryan Wingo or 2 more than Ryan Wingo.
Okay.
Because I just feel like that trust factor, again, is so important in the red zone that, like you saw it against Ohio State. He had he had the touchdown against Ohio State, almost had 2. I just think that if they get in that situation, Arch is going to love Parker Livingston there.
No, I like that. I like that call because, again, I think Jack Endries gets a little bit more use here as well. But I don't know if they've always found a tight end when it gets cramped up. But I think Parker Livingstone, they do like in some of these scenarios to kind of slip and make really good routes where it is a timing connection thing for him and Arch. And they have to find it. I really like him and Parker Livingstone too at about 15 to 20 yards in that range. I think they're really, really good. And then you throw in, again, what I say is he could have the explosive play guys. So you're going to add in maybe 4 or 5 touchdowns through just 80-yard plays throughout the season. I do expect it to be pretty spread out throughout. Ryan Wingo should be the guy, but again, it's like you're the number one guy. It becomes hard unless he becomes more dominant of just going all one-on-one. It's hard week after week to go up against and, find those little slot fades and come down with him in the corner. If he finds that out, though, then Ryan Wingo's the guy again, right? If he can figure out that little, I'm just going to jump over these shorter DBs and go up and get the ball, then he becomes it. But I like that pick of Parker Livingstone.
Well, so just some of the corners that Ryan Wingo is going to have to go up against this year, are really, really good.
Yes,
like Jonell Aguero and Dalen Everett with Georgia. That's going to be really hard to catch a touchdown against those guys. Des Ricks with Texas A&M. That's going to be really difficult. Cormani McClain with Florida, really difficult. Eli Bowen with Oklahoma, really difficult. So it's probably going to be a secondary or third option that gets the most of the receptions in the end zone for Texas, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean that like I just said, he's going to lead the team in receiving yards. It doesn't mean he's not going to make big plays.
Yes.
It's just going to be hard in the red zone to go up against those guys in an enclosed area.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Let's head over to the defense. I've only put 2. We could go for tackles and all that stuff, but that's kind of more in the right area. You know what I mean? Like we saw that last week with Sam Houston. They're like, well, you don't necessarily want to be a DB leading the team in tackles. It's not what you want to be. So I'm just going with the two topics on the defense. We can add tackles for loss we want, but we'll start with the 2 main ones. We'll start with sacks. Who is your sack leader for this team? Is it Colin Johnson, who's a really easy pick to go right there? Or is it, a Burke? Is it Watson coming up the middle? Is it Anthony Hill that comes in? They use him in blitz more. Well, who do you think is somebody that is going to lead this team? Is it Trey Moore? Does he get involved in it this year? Who leads the team in sacks at the end of this season?
I want to answer Rodney's question real quick.
Okay.
Is it just me, or does Wingo underwhelm, at least compared to his hype? No, I think it was Arch that was underwhelming, and that was what was leading to Ryan Wingo underwhelming. I think that now that they've found their connection, hopefully it continues, then he's going to live up to the hype. That's just my maybe a little bit, biased opinion, but that's my opinion. In terms of sacks, I think it's Colin Simmons. I think he figured out something last week against Sam Houston about, the sort of the pressing issue that he was having and the patience. I think he's kind of figured all that out, letting things come to him as they come to him. And I think that that's going to result in him leading the team in sacks. I do think it's going to be close because I think they're going to use Trey Moore a ton off the edge because of the emergence of Ty Anthony Smith. So it's going to be close there, but I think Colin Simmons ends up getting it.
Yeah, I like Colin Simmons too. He's just got the talent. And kind of, Rodney, as you're saying, the underwhelming. Colin Simmons is massively underwhelming to start this season, as well as a lot of players were for Texas because they just really young team pressed really hard. I think Ryan Wingo has a ton of potential left. We saw at the end of last season, there was a whole point of, or the whole moment that was at Vanderbilt, the game pregame for Vanderbilt. And there was some collision that no one apparently got on camera. But that was the one that he was not quite the same player after that for the rest of the season. I think we saw last game, and I get Sam Houston, but we saw much more of what we could kind of see as a Ryan Wingo. But the certain plays he made last season, you're like, oh, he's got it all there. It's got to be in the right situations. And once they get there, I think it'll be just fine. And he will be just fine. Same with Colin Simmons. I think once you get to teams believing in themselves more and not just trying to get the ball out, giving Texas more sack opportunities, Colin Simmons will be better. Basically, they played 3-4 teams, three teams who the entire game plan was don't let them sack you.
Mm-hmm.
They get the ball out. Just get the ball out. Just get the ball out.
Yeah. And then Phil Longo made the mistake of trying to play Sam Houston State's game against Texas and Austin.
Yes. And then they got sacks. So I think you will see the sack numbers go up pretty high as we start to see teams play Texas to be like, we're just as good as you. in our own heads. I don't know if Florida's still going to believe that with DJ Lagway, but I assume DJ Lagway is not the guy who's going to want to come in and just get short passes out over and over. They're going to want to throw it downfield. DJ Lagway wants to bomb it. We know that. So
well, I've actually got a stat for you on that I thought was extremely interesting. Because I also would believe that DJ Lagway wants to push the ball downfield because he's DJ Lagway and he could throw the ball from his knees outside of the football stadium. He's just got an absolute massive cannon. But he ranks 146th out of 146 quarterbacks in percentage of passes that attempts that travel 20 plus yards, according to CJ Vogel. So that is something that I did not expect that. So he's not throwing the ball downfield right now. So maybe it doesn't necessarily click quite yet at Florida, but then going forward after that, I mean, and then even against Oklahoma, like if you have a backup quarterback, if it's Hawkins or whatever, maybe it takes a little bit more time from there, but eventually it's going to come. I fully believe.
No, I think you get players that are a little bit more. I think we'll see it. Last one I'll throw at you. Interceptions, Matt. Interceptions. Who do you think leads this team in interceptions?
I think it's going to be Jelani McDonald. He just seems to be in the right place at the right time constantly. There's been a couple of times where he's been on the verge of getting an interception this year and he didn't get it. And I think he already has 2 this year, doesn't he? I
believe so. Because the one of them is kind of a garbage one, but it's an interception.
It still counts. Counts. But yeah, I think it's going to be Jelani McDonald. He just seems like the biggest playmaker in that secondary. I think Taft's going to get a couple. I think somebody else will get one, but I think Jelani McDonald's going to kind of be the interception.
I think Grayson Littleton will get better at it. Manny Muhammad might get a 1 or 2 this season as well. But yeah, Michael Taft is always weird because he doesn't really play ball hawk. He is much more of I'd rather put you on the ground after an incompletion and let you know that I was there than pick the ball off. So we'll see if he changes that up a little bit in conference play. But Jelani McDonald is a pretty safe choice and a pretty good choice here. He just seems to have those ball hawk instincts more than a lot of other guys.
Yeah, I think that Michael Taft is smart enough to know when to go for the ball. I don't think that he necessarily has the recovery speed that Jelani McDonald has. So a lot of the time that he's just kind of forced to try and knock the ball out on contact.
Yeah.
Or get a big hit as the guy's making the catch. Whereas Jelani McDonald might be the best athlete on this entire football team. So I just feel like he's going to be able to move into position a little bit quicker than Michael Taft. And he seems like he's kind of figuring that aspect out so far.
I like it there. Those are the predictions that we'll go with. Rushing yards, Trey Wisner. Rushing touchdowns, Arch Manning. Receptions, DeAndre Moore. Receiving yards, Ryan Wingo. Receiving touchdowns, Parker Livingstone. Sacks, Colin Simmons. And interceptions, Jelani McDonald. I like that. Was there any other stats you were expecting to get today?
I thought about tackles. That just seems like it's a given that it's going to be Anthony Hill. I know that Michael Taft's right now, but at least is he still?
I don't know. You have to look.
Yeah, he's leading by 1 right now over Leongo Lafau. It could be Leongo Lafau.
It could be.
He's having a really good year.
I would go with money as being an Anthony Hill, but that's just the only reason it's not is you basically try and avoid Anthony Hill. Again, this is game plans against, and I don't know how much once you get into your own game plans and better teams, I don't know if they avoid Anthony Hill quite as much. Now you still do it, but I don't know if it's like just try and go the other way. Just do whatever you can to not do it.
Mm-hmm. Here's one that's maybe not so fun.
What's that?
Who leads the team in penalties?
Oh, DJ.
Yeah, I think it's going to be.
I mean, it's not fun, but it's an easy answer, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be DJ Campbell. It could be Colin Simmons with offsides and stuff, but I think it's going to be DJ Campbell.
But if we go with yardage, it's DJ because I think he's with the holds and everything else. He'll get 10 more on all of it.
He did play really well against Sam Houston. He had the 1 hold.
He did, but yeah,
he got away with, but. Yeah.
No, I get it. It shouldn't be as funny as it is to me, but we're both like, yeah, it's probably the guy that we were like we were expecting, hoping to be the leader of this offensive line. Will probably be that. It's frustrating, but we will see as the season unfolds and we get into SEC play next week. We will see. We'll get into our power rankings in the NFL. We do those every Wednesday. We'll get into those after the break. Some other NFL talk, of course, the Jerry Jones Hour coming up about 5:45, I think, is when the Jerry Jones Hour comes up for us. I also want to look at some of the 3-0 teams and 0-3 teams, Matt, because there's maybe imposter in the 3-0 teams. And, as a Texans fan, got to hold out hope that one of these 0-3 teams makes the playoffs. Got to hold out hope, right?
You think that the Colts are an imposter?
I didn't say the Colts. I said one of them. It's called a tease, man. It's called a tease. I didn't say which one.
I know where this is going.
We will see about that when we come back. We'll get into all that and more. Hope you join us here on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube, and of course over on the text line 512-222-9328. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes. Get you into hour 2 here of Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. Football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you guys, the third member of Open Gym, available here in the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. And, of course, the text line 512-222-9328. Let you guys know also some fun stuff happening this weekend. If you want to support Texas Sports Unfiltered in a really good cause, St. Jude Walk is happening this weekend. It's happening this Saturday, September 27th. I know our man Brad Kellner, our man Rodney Rodriguez are both going to be walking in it, and you can pledge some money to help us raise some money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Really great cause. If you'd like to throw in there and donate the money, it's available on all Texas Sports Unfiltered social medias. You can find the link to join the team or to donate to the team and help out a really good cause happening this weekend. So we urge you, if you have a few extra bucks to throw in there, to go help out a really good cause because, sometimes that research is not getting the funding it needs. So the more you can help out, the more they're able to solve a lot of problems that I think all of us would love to get solved. So check that out on all the Texas Sports Unfiltered social media pages. Also, make sure to check out that's at TSU Unfiltered, I believe, on X, and then at Texas Sports Unfiltered everywhere else you're going to find it. You can find me at It's Patrick Davis. You can find Matt at Matt Galatzan. If you want to be able to find out where you can see what's happening on the show, we try and post every day what we're going to be talking about, what we're getting into. And what we're getting into now, Matt, is our NFL power rankings for a new week here. Some teams maybe changing around a little bit more. See if we maybe some of these teams need to go up a little bit more. Some of these teams maybe down. We'll see if, what we feel about everybody after a weekend of NFL football where maybe some surprises. I don't think we would have thought the Panthers just dismantle the Falcons. I don't think we would have thought that the Texans lose to the Jags, the Bears lose to the Cowboys. We definitely wouldn't have assumed the Browns lose to the Packers, or the Packers lose to the Browns. Sorry, I said that backwards. I don't think we would have.
Cowboys also beat the Bears.
Bears beat the Cowboys. Yeah,
sorry. That's what I mean. That's what I meant. We both said it backwards.
Yes, we're all backwards over here. It's Wednesday. I'm trying to get and then also, J.J. McCarthy took a seat, and so Carson Wentz just whooped up on the Bengals. We saw a lot of action happening. Here is our rankings after week 3 of NFL action, after week 2, of NFL football. These were our rankings. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if I put them on this computer, Matt. So we'll do that in a second. I know I have the file done. I've got more graphics for us. Gotta love our graphics department, which is just me trying to do things. But we did have the Bills atop of our power rankings. And now I've broken it too. I've broken everything now, Matt. Try and do something nice. You break everything. The Buffalo Bills, they played. I'm trying to find their game now. This is great radio, everybody. As I try and find, they beat the Dolphins 31-21 on Thursday Night Football. That was the game I was trying to remember in my head. The Buffalo Bills beat the Dolphins, but it was not in any sort of looks like number one on the power rankings. They're still a really good team. I don't know if they stay there or not. But for you, Matt, when you see this team, what do you think is Buffalo still your number one on the NFL power rankings, or do you move to a different team?
Yeah, I've still got the Bills number one because I think that it's between them and the Eagles, and I think that you kind of have to separate it as how they looked in the last 3 weeks. I think the Eagles have looked a little bit underwhelming for a 3-0 team through the first 3 weeks. I know they came back against the Rams, but in my opinion, that was more of the Rams being too conservative than the Eagles, necessarily just dominating the second half of that game. So I'm giving it to the Bills because Josh Allen is better than Jalen Hurts. And until they lose, they're going to be my number one team. That's just how I'm going to look at it. I can't move them down.
Okay. All right. So now we have the Packers, who lost to the Browns. We have the Eagles, who, they get a win over the Rams, but again, that was close, really, really close. But the Rams are a good team, so they do get the win. They walk away with the win on that one. And then a Baltimore team who blows it on Monday Night Football and loses 38-30, and they're now 1-2. I don't know 1 and 2. We can keep Baltimore where they're at either at the 4 ranking. The Rams are behind at 5. Maybe our Chargers maybe move up in this as well. The Chargers are playing really good football right now. They get a 23-20 win over the Broncos this weekend. Your Chiefs aren't doing anything special. They get a 22-9 win over the Giants. And the Commanders are trying to figure things out, but they win easily over the Raiders. Where do you like to go in our top 4 now, Matt? Let's start at our top 4.
Listen, I think you have to move the Chargers to number 3.
Okay. Who are you putting at number 2, though?
I'm putting the Eagles number 2.
Okay.
I think you have to put the Chargers number 3 right now. Justin Herbert's playing out of his mind right now. Their passing attack is so much better than I thought it was going to be. Like Quentin Johnston has emerged as a
what we all thought he was going to be, and drafted him in all our leagues a year ago, and then was garbage. Now he's decided to be good.
Yeah, and they beat a really good Broncos team too. So I got to give them credit for that. Chargers move up to number 3. Packers move, and you can argue and we can place back and forth or whatever. But I've got Chargers number 3. I slide the Packers back to number 4, and then the Ravens to 5.
Do we drop the Ravens out of? I don't necessarily move them because I can't. The Rams lost.
Yeah, so probably 5.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't feel well. I'll tell you this: the Lions may jump their butt right back up to 5.
Yeah, I can see that. I was going to put them at 6, but yeah.
I want to move the Lions right back up because they got kind of crapped on after week 1, right? After week 1, we were like, this team's not there. 2 straight weeks they've looked really good. I think they climb right back up to that 5 spot now. And that will bring us. So that'll be, I think. Do you want to put the Lions in tier 2 or tier 1 at that 5 spot?
I think they lead tier 2.
Okay. All right. So put that there. Get our Ravens at 6. All right. Now looking at the next couple teams on that list. We can throw out the Buccaneers are also 3-0 on this list.
Mm-hmm.
They are now a 3-0 team. Do they jump ahead of the Ravens, Rams, Chiefs, or Commanders now for you?
I mean, they're winning.
That's what I'm saying. They're winning. It doesn't feel like they're still this great team. They lose Mike Evans too now, which is that's big. We know he's
Chris Godwin back though.
They will, but he's got to work into the system as well. So you get Chris Godwin, and Chris Godwin's not Mike Evans. Mike Evans is like the best. Just it's 3rd down. Let's just throw it over this guy to completion.
Mm-hmm. He's
just so good at it. It's so frustrating to see a Sooner and an Aggie connect like that. It's wildly frustrating. So if we go, we know number 5 is going to be the Lions leading tier 2 now. But do you think anybody else jumps up above the Ravens at 1 and 2 now? 2 games they should have won. 2 games that they were completely in and maybe made mistakes down the stretch, but they're 1 and 2. It feels like there should be some punishment for them. The Rams lost again to the Eagles. They're 2-1. Didn't have a great week 1 against the Texans, who are 0-3. So I don't know. I don't know if I put them at the Chiefs. Also, not looking really good right now. I mean, I may say Ravens at 6, Bucks at 7.
Okay.
Or do you want to say Bucks at 6 and Ravens at 7? Which do you like better?
No. I think that's fine. No, actually, no. Bucks at 6, Ravens at 7. Because the Ravens are 1 and 2. You have to.
They're 1 and 2
at some point.
We're punishing them. All right, so we'll punish them. We'll go with that. Bucks jump all the way up to 6, looking good so far. The Ravens are at 7. Do we move the Commanders up, or are we good with the Are we good with the Commanders below the Chiefs? I think the Rams are still easily at 8, even after that loss. I still like that Rams team. They're in every game. They were in this game till the end. They should have probably won it, so I'm fine with them being at 8. The question is, do you move the Commanders above the Chiefs now? Do they jump into the next realm there of what could be with the Commanders and the Chiefs?
I mean, the Chiefs are 1-2, right?
They're 1-2.
Yeah. So I say, yeah, Commanders 9, Chiefs 10.
All right.
Actually, Commanders 9, Colts 10.
This is the conversation now. And this is
Okay,
the
so-
scariest. The scariest part about the Colts is that their schedule is so winnable.
So
that they're
hear me
just
out
gonna
here.
stay up there.
The Colts are 3-0.
Yes.
They beat the Broncos by 1 point.
Yeah.
The other 2 games they won by 25 and 21.
Yeah.
So they're not just winning, they're killing people.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like you got to put the Colts in the top 10 until it all unravels. I think you have to give them credit and put them in the top 10.
Whew. All right. Can we at least, after the Commanders, jump into a tier 3? Can we at least just only move them up to tier 3? I'll feel better about it if I put them in tier 3 at 10.
As long as they're the first team in tier 3.
They'll be the first team. They will be the first team in tier 3. But I'm going to go Commanders are still sitting in that tier 2. And then our tier 3 starts. The Colts team taking another meteoric jump from 16 all the way up to 10. That now leaves us with 11 is the Chiefs. I think that we can go ahead and say the Broncos are also okay at 12 there. I know that they take the L to the Chargers, but I think the Chargers are a good team. I get they're 1-2. I still have faith in this Broncos team to start to figure it out at some point this season. They're not a team I necessarily want to play right away. And I don't know when you're starting to get into teams that – is there another team that you'd be afraid to play? That comes up on the schedule and you go, oh no, we got to play those guys.
No, I think they're the last one, honestly. Well,
So
one more, but I wouldn't put them above the Broncos yet.
No, but I'm going to leave the Broncos there at 12. I think the Broncos at 12 makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
That then puts us with going into tier 4, where we still have the Bengals, the Vikings, the 49ers, and Cowboys left in this tier right now. The Bengals take a huge loss. The Vikings take a huge win. The 49ers get a win, but more injuries. And then the Cowboys take a huge loss.
I think that the Vikings 48-10 is 48-10. I think you should put the Vikings in tier 3 until JJ McCarthy comes back, and then they'll drop back out.
Okay. I'm all right with that. I'm not mad at that. Vikings in tier 3 at 13. What do we feel about some of these teams in tier 5 as well? The 49ers are 3-0. They're hurt. They haven't looked great. They haven't been blowing teams out. They went 16-15. They are 3-0.
Yeah. Got to give them credit. They got to be at the top of this list, of this tier.
So we'll say
they're the only undefeated team left, right?
I believe so. I can't imagine there's another one below them. We still have the Bengals, the Vikings. We moved up the Vikings. Sorry, the Bengals, the Cowboys, and then some teams down there. The Seahawks, 2-1 with a 44-13 win over the Saints. The first team to actually put the Saints away. We know it's going to happen a lot, but no one has put them away bad. The Seahawks did that. The Steelers, they beat the Patriots. They're 2-1. The Jaguars get a win over the Texans. They're 2-1. We don't want to mention what happened to the Falcons, but they played a game too. Texans, Cardinals, they all lose. There's no one else really that looked good this weekend. I guess the Panthers are still up there. They might move up in tier 6, but I don't think they're moving out of it. Betting the Falcons is not going to get me to jump you up a ton.
Okay, so here's what I think we should do.
Okay.
I think you got the 49ers at 14.
Yes.
At the top of tier 4. And then the Bengals, the Cowboys.
Are we not moving up the Seahawks, Saints, or Jags? They're all 2-1.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we moved down the Bengals and the Cowboys like pretty far
to 20 and 21.
Yes, and then we moved.
Sorry, not that wouldn't be right. But somewhere around there, 15. Yeah, 2021. We dropped them below the Seahawks, Steelers, and Jags, right?
Yeah, and then we move up Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, and Seattle in that order.
But we can't put Pittsburgh ahead of Seattle. Seattle beat Pittsburgh a week ago.
That's what I'm saying. You
okay, so you want to start with the Seahawks
Pittsburgh.
at 17, Pittsburgh, and the Jags. Okay, I got you. We got to make sure our tiers are still right. I'm trying to figure out my tiers now. So we're going to put all these guys up into tier 4 now. All right. I think we're figuring it out here. I think we're getting there.
And then Cowboys 20. Bengals 21. Does that sound right?
That does. Yeah. I mean, the Bengals their defense isn't there. Neither team has a defense. And right now, the Bengals don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
So they do have wide receivers, but I'm going to say if you don't have a defense or a quarterback, I'm gonna have to dock you some points. And the Cowboys at least have a quarterback as of right now. Knock on wood. We know he's fragile.
Okay, so Cowboys 18.
Cowboys at 20.
Well, who's 18?
Steelers, Jags are 19. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't do my math right. I'm trying to change all my stuff around on the fly. So yes, Cowboys at 18. Bengals at 19. Falcons at 20.
Did Arizona win this weekend or did they lose?
No, they lost by a point to San Francisco. They're 2-1 though. So I think they should probably jump ahead of some of these teams.
I think they jump ahead of the Falcons and the Texans, even though they lost. Maybe even the Bengals.
Are the Bengals 1-2 also? No, they're 2-1. I'm fine with leaving them behind the Bengals. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll leave there. So that puts them at 20. The Cardinals at 20. Then the Falcons at 21. And the Texans at 22. But we might move some other teams. I'm saying as of right this second, and then we're going to go down a little bit further and see who jumps up. See if anyone can take over the Texans at 22 right now. And I'll put it this way. I still think the Texans have a really good defense, and there's a lot of talent on the offense. They just don't have the coaching and the offensive line. Like I was saying, so I still think there's talent on that team. Like you still don't want to play the Texans, but you're like, we can beat them, but we don't really want to play them because their defense is really good. Once we start going to some of these next teams, the Bears did get a big win. So there's a possibility there. The Jets had a great celebration in a loss to the Buccaneers. The Raiders lose to the Commanders. Trying to be positive over here. Patriots lose as well. Titans lose as well. Panthers get a win. Panthers do get a big win there. They get their first win of the season. And the Giants lose again there. They are 0-3.
Okay. So where does tier 4 end? Does it end with the Cardinals?
Tier 4 ended with the Jags I had. And then tier 5 ends right now with the Texans, but we can move that.
Okay.
Because right now tier 5 is the Cowboys, Bengals, Cardinals, Falcons, and Texans.
Okay. I think that you have to move the Bears above the Texans.
Okay.
But I also think that you close off this next tier at the Falcons.
You know what? I prefer to leave the Bears and the Texans than tier 5. Tier 5's already low enough. Tier 5 is now teams that are long shots for the playoffs. And I think the Texans are still a long shot for the playoffs. I don't think they're, but like, because the Cowboys, Bengals, Cardinals, Falcons, Bears, and Texans all have talent on those rosters. All should be trying to make the playoffs, but they're probably outside of the playoffs right now. And once we get to tier 6, I don't think the Jets, Raiders, Patriots, Titans, Panthers, and Giants are in that same conversation.
Fair enough.
So just tier-wise, I'm with you that they're 23, but at least give me. they're the worst of the group that maybe still has hope. And then we get down to tier 6, where there's very little hope for the Jets, Raiders, Patriots, Titans, and Panthers. Do you want to move the Panthers up for their big win over the Falcons? Do they at least get a little bump for that?
Move them up to 24?
I mean, I'd probably put them at 26 behind the Jets and the Raiders still.
Okay.
I
good with that.
Like, they're still not doing anything that's bad. They win again next week, I'll give them more credit. But I'll give them some. I'll give them a little bit of credit for that. And so then I'm not going to move the Giants down to tier 7. They're fine at 29. I'm not going to move them down because they went to Jackson Dart. If they stayed with Russell Wilson, they fell to tier 7 on me. Does that sound right?
Yeah. So we've got Patriots at 27, Titans at 28, Giants at 29.
29. And they would drop if they did not start Jackson Dart, because now we can say maybe they win some with Jackson Dart. Maybe they're a little bit better. They're not good. They're just a little more fun now because we have at least another quarterback. And then,
Jackson Dart going to be a fantasy star?
I can't imagine that anything on that team is going to be great, but
Jackson Dart and Elite Neighbors? I don't know. I picked him up in fantasy on a flyer. We'll see what happens.
We will say, though, there is an interesting one in tier 7 because one of our tier 7 teams did win a game.
Yeah,
we're a really, really good team. So what do we think about the Browns down there at 30? They win a game. Like, their defense was just legit for a game. Their offense still wasn't anything. They only scored 13 points.
They're still tier 7.
They're still tier 7 for you. They do not move up. They're just
if they win this weekend, I can move them up. But right now, I can't do it.
I can't do it with Joe Flacco at quarterback.
I can't either. I can't do it with any quarterback on that roster.
You can win Shador. We all know Shador is going to be great.
If he wins games, then maybe. But
yeah. So there we'll go. That is a new power rankings for us for the NFL. No respect to the Browns. Tiny bit of respect to the Texans, and and probably too much respect to the Colts. But we'll see. They just don't play anybody. It's going to drive me nuts because they're going to be really good this season, and that destroys me. That the Colts are going to be so good with Daniel Jones. You do all this stuff. You draft all well, and then all of a sudden they're good.
Excuse
me. Make sure to get mad up when he sneezes. I thought he had a really good point to come at, and then. It's just a sneeze.
I tried to mute my mic before and I couldn't find it.
Couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Saints are clearly still the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah. They're still the one that if you're playing a Survivor League, just try and take whoever's playing the Saints. But do they play the Giants this week? Is that?
No, that's next week.
That's next week. Who do they play this week?
I think the Giants have the Chargers.
Yeah. Oh, and the Saints play the Bills. You may not want to take them I'll have to figure out. I'll figure out who we're going to take in a Survivor League here. I have to look at that a little bit more. We'll do our picks tomorrow. Matt will be out on Friday, so we'll do all of our picks tomorrow for just so we can try and rebound. Matt needs to rebound after last week. I need to rebound after all of the weeks. Need to start turning around a winning edge on this one. But we'll try. We'll do those tomorrow. But let's talk a little bit about some other teams that need a rebound, Matt. Because as a Texans fan, this 0-3 start is pretty depressing. I do believe I've seen the stat that the only team to ever make the playoffs after starting 0-3 is the Houston Texans. They believe they're the only team who ever did it. The issue with that now is that was an easier path when all you had to do was win the AFC South. Becomes a much easier path, right? When you go, all we got to do is win the AFC South and we're in. Well, now the Jags have already beaten you once. The Colts are playing great football or winning football. And so now you are stuck going like, how are we going to, like, we got to maybe we got to just be at large. We got to try and be a 10-win team at least to still try and make this playoffs, which means we have to win a lot and soon and figure it out really, really soon. That puts the Texans in a weird place, but I wanted to look at all of the 0-3 teams, Matt, and kind of get your opinion on their odds and probability of possibly being able to make it to the NFL playoffs. Possibly being able to get over that hump and make it to the playoffs. I don't know if there's any of these teams are going to be able to do it. It is a very tall hill to climb. And some of these teams, it doesn't seem like there's much hope, like the Jets. The Jets are a team where it just doesn't feel like there's enough there that Justin Fields is not going to be the guy who's going to be able to elevate your team. Like, you feel like if you put Justin Fields on a Jets team that already had things going for it and everything was going smoothly, maybe he wouldn't run it off the tracks. But as far as being able to carry a franchise, that's just not. We've already seen this. It does not seem like it's going to work.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing because I thought Justin Fields was going to have a good year, but he's not been good. The Jets are just still kind of a mess. I do think they're still a better team than they were last year, but they just haven't been able to turn that into wins. So it seems pretty hopeless for them. It seems pretty hopeless obviously for the Dolphins and the Saints. Who else is still 0-3?
0-3. We also get the Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins are 0-3 right now, Matt. This is a team that through everything you would like look at this offense and still say, well, offensively, they should be able to figure it out and start winning games. The issue is you're in a division with a Patriots team that's probably still going to be okay to go against you. Bills team is going to definitely beat you twice. Yeah. And I don't know if you could find enough wins to come back and be a wild card team, even if you really started to figure it out. Tua's okay. Like, everything's there. It's just nothing's clicking, and they gutted the defense. So I just don't think that they have enough pieces to be able to be consistent without that defense. Like, you have to be able to have a defense and a running game to be consistent, and that's where they're lacking.
Yeah, it's another one that's just like super disappointing. If Mike McDaniel loses another game, like if he goes to 0-4 or 0-5, I just feel like he's done.
Yeah. We also throw in over in the NFC, the Giants and the Saints. The Giants are in too tough of a division. I mean, there's just no way to get over that division. Now, we all would love the story if Jackson Dart came out and his rookie quarterback shows up and starts playing great. They're just so many pieces away still. Like, it doesn't feel like they were a quarterback away from being a good team. They're a quarterback away from being a decent team, but not when you start 0-3 with Russell Wilson. Like, if you were 2-1 right now, you wouldn't have gone to Russell Wilson. But the only reason Russell Wilson basically had one good game, and that's because Dallas didn't play defense. So 0-3 Giants going to be in a rough spot. If they win that one game, even then maybe you switch to Jackson Dart and there's a little bit more hope because you won a division game. I don't know how much hope is there. We know there's no hope for the Saints. We don't have to spend a lot of time on that one, as it feels that there's not a ton of hope on that one. Then, of course, in the AFC South, the Titans are 0-3. Doesn't feel like they're trying to necessarily even make the playoffs this season. That's not really their goal. They want to get things going and trying to aim forward, try and win some games. I think they'll be able to be better by the end of the season. But they may also, at a certain point, start pulling players and just go, let's get another top draft pick and let's add something to Cam Ward because we probably need a little bit more help. And then the Texans, who we talk about. And the Texans are the weird one because to me, they're clearly the best 0-3 team because they were the projected division winner before the season. This is a team that was supposed to be taking a step forward at some point, but the offensive play calling has been pretty subpar. The offensive line has once again been subpar. And because of all that, you don't have a run game. Nick Chubb's doing okay, but it's not enough of a run game where you can rely on it. It's just there. It's not something you can you rely on 100 yards, 100 plus yards a game in the run game, and then we can build off of that. It's just every once in a while, everyone's playing the pass, and so Nick Chubb can run for 7 yards. And then everyone still plays the pass, and you can't, really seize the opportunity in that run game. And then, the Nico Collins maybe dropped some passes out there that you would love to have back. There's been some wrong reads. CJ Stroud's held the ball for too long at times because maybe the reads are not as clear as they need to be. It doesn't feel like you're scheming guys open. But this is one that feels like if things like them in Miami are the two that at least the offense, you could say, it feels like if something just clicked, all of a sudden you'd be able to at least score points. But I don't know. It's this offensive line at times has looked better than last year. But I don't expect, like, it's just not getting there in time. And at this point, if you're the Texans, what do you do, man? What do you do if you're 0-3 Texans? You're looking at this and saying, we still want to compete. We don't want to go. Or if you're Cal McNair, are you already looking up and going, Casario's gone? D'Amico maybe we'll go D'Amico with the new GM for one season. But like I'm done with this plan. The plan to do everything. It's clearly we got everybody, we risked everything, and then it got worse.
Okay, so I think you have to give, regardless of what happens this year, I think you have to give D'Amico another year. And maybe even Casario. Because he's been very good at drafting so far.
Yeah. Other than
but I think one thing that you have to do if you're either Cal McNair or Nick Casario is you have to go to D'Amico Ryans and you say, fire everyone else, bring in experience at offensive coordinator, all your position coaches, experience. I'm tired of these young guys who have never done it before. We need to get an experienced play caller in here. There's a guy that just got fired in Miami who's a really smart play caller. Let's give him a phone call.
Yeah.
I think you kind of start there. But it looks pretty bleak for the Texans in terms of the playoffs, man. Like I know that you want to say that there's still an outside shot that they can do it. And you're not necessarily wrong. But if you look at the schedule, if they lose to the Titans this weekend,
it's over.
They could start 0-9.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you go 0-4,
they could start 1-8. Because after the Titans, they travel to the Ravens, to the Seahawks. They have the 49ers, the Broncos, and the Jaguars again before they get the Titans again. So you're probably not beating the Ravens, even though they've kind of fumbled throughout their first 3 games. The Seahawks look pretty good. The 49ers just keep winning. You may get shut out by the Broncos.
Well, I'll say this. If they go 1-4 to start the season, that bye week is bringing changes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no way it can't at this point. If it's 1-4, that means you have to bring in another play caller. You have to do something. Like, there has to be a major change in the offense of this team. Because if you walk out of that bye week, then all it tells me is Casario would rather die on the hill than make the change. And D'Amico would rather die on the hill than make the change.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It just, I mean, if it's 0-5, especially,
I still think they'll beat the Titans. I have hope. I've faith that they will beat the Titans. They were in it with the Rams. They were in it with the Jags. Even though as bad as they played, if they don't fumble the ball late against the Jaguars last week, they can win that game.
Yeah.
So
they're in with the Bucks too.
They had fumbled the ball twice against the Rams. They fumbled the ball late, and so just dumb plays late have cost them a couple games. And they could be 2-1 right now. So they're not that far away from it, but they also watching it, it's also terrible as it goes. And as good as your defense is, if Henry and Lamar Jackson are healthy, they're going to score points.
Yeah, Derrick Henry owns the Texans.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like you can't stop both of them. That's the whole thing. Is you can't. They both require overloading. And so if you overload for one, the other one will beat you. And so they have a better play caller than you do. So because I can say that for almost every team in the league. They have a better play caller than you do. Yeah, that one's a tough one. But that all being said, I want to look at the other side of it as well, Matt. Because the Texans are on a rough path. I still think they're probably the best chance to make the playoffs out of 0-3 teams. But there are some 3-0 teams. And history would tell you that one of these 3-0 teams probably does not make the playoffs. Probably get hot start, and then people figure it out, and they slow down. Now, we don't think it's going to be Buffalo. We are both pretty high on Buffalo, clearly by our power rankings. We know that there's an Eagles team that we're both pretty high on. I don't think they're going to completely collapse, even with some injuries. So that leaves us with a few other teams that you could consider for that. I will say the next one that I think doesn't have a chance, but is interesting, is the Chargers. 3 teams in that division are 1-2 now. It is a division that the Kansas City Chiefs have owned. I find it hard to believe I could believe the Chargers don't win the division. But I don't know if there's a way that the Chargers don't make the playoffs at all.
Yeah.
The way Herbert's playing right now is insane.
Yeah, he's on an all-time hot streak right now.
Like he's your MVP frontrunner right now.
He's the MVP frontrunner. He's dating Madison Beer. He's got a new contract. Like that dude's on a superhuman run right now.
So
if he continues this run of just excellence, the Chargers will go undefeated.
Yeah.
They won't, but I'm just saying, like,
who knows?
The world is going in his favor right now.
Yeah. He might get raptured. Was that yesterday?
That was yesterday.
No. Did he get raptured? He might be the only one.
No, I don't think so.
I'll say the Buccaneers feel like they're a shoo-in because they're going to win that division.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if they top out at 9 wins, who's beating them? The Falcons have not been good this year. So we know that the Panthers are not ready yet. We know it's not the Saints, so they're pretty much a shoo-in too. So that leaves us with 2 teams, Matt, that we can look at and question, do these guys make the playoffs? One, it's the San Francisco 49ers, who have been injured, more injured, and continue to be injured. 3-0, but also everyone else in that division is 2-1. That is a tough division they are in, with the Seahawks and the Rams, and then also the Cardinals. Is a tough division for the 49ers to be in. Tons of injuries, and that's not speaking about the other guys who we know on that team are also made of glass. We don't know if Brandon Ayuk is coming back. The hope was that he was coming back. We don't know if he is or not. We don't know if he's going to be the same player when he comes back. Bosa going out changes that defense immeasurably.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of pieces on that. And then the Colts, Matt. The Colts. They're 3-0. They're in a bad division. The Texans aren't playing well. The Jags are okay. They're supposed to be better, but I don't have any faith in the Jags either. And all the Colts have done is win. And 2 of them decidedly having no problem. Just moving the ball, being smart. Jonathan Taylor finally showing up, getting to do what he does, using all their receivers, using the tight end, Tyler Warren, having a good time there in Indy. The defense is playing well enough. Everything seems to be coming together for Indy. Which one of these teams doesn't make the playoffs? Is it San Fran? Do they fall apart? Is it the Colts? Do they just have an epic collapse because it is Daniel Jones, because it is Indy, because we know there's not this huge amount of talent there, and maybe they fall apart? Their schedule's just cake.
So I'm pulling up the Colts schedule right now. They could get their first loss this weekend. They play the Rams at LA.
Mm-hmm. They're going to win by 50.
Then they have the Raiders and the Cardinals. They should win both of those games.
Yeah.
Then they go to the Chargers, which should be a loss. They have the Titans, which they should win. The Steelers, which I think they should win. The Falcons, which I think they should win. So at that point, you're already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wins. And then the remainder of your schedule is the Chiefs, the Texans, the Jaguars, the Seahawks, the 49ers, the Jaguars, and the Texans. I think this team's going to win 12 games.
It's crazy, right? I think they win 9 and win the division, sadly. But I think that's more likely for what I believe is going to happen. But they're there. That means the 49ers are the team that goes 3-0 and misses the playoffs, which is insane because the 49ers, I just don't know if they can be healthy enough. Just don't know if they can be healthy.
It depends when Brock Purdy comes back. Is he out a while?
I don't think so, but Mac Jones has been playing fine. The bigger question is, Christian McCaffrey hold up for 17, 18 weeks? Does this defense take a huge step back because of the Bosa injury and the pass rush starts to go?
Yeah. I think that the 49ers' only chance to win the division, or the only chance to make the playoffs, is for them to win the division. Because, I mean, they don't have a terrible schedule.
No.
They're probably going to lose their next 2, I would imagine. But they'd still be, or 2 of their next 3 at least. So they'd still be, in it. Like, they'd be 4-2 with and then after that they go Falcons, Texans, Giants, Rams again, Cardinals, Panthers, Browns, Titans, Colts, Bears. I don't know, man. I feel like they still got a chance. I think they have to win the division to do it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think the Seahawks are going to be there. I think that the Rams are. I think the Rams are still going to win that division.
That's what I'm saying. It's very believable to me that the 49ers are the ones, and I wouldn't pick that.
Yeah, I just think the Colts schedule is too easy.
It is. It's crazy. It's crazy how easy it is, and it is very frustrating how easy it is being a Texans fan. All right, how about this? How about we take our second break now? We come back. We'll hit the Jerry Jones hour. I do have something for the Jerry Jones hour, so we'll hit that. We come back, and then we'll get to our meathead of the day and wrap things up on a Wednesday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The Lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Shout out to the St. Jude Walk happening this weekend. Make sure you check out the links on all our social medias for Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you'd like to be part of the cause, part of the help for the cause, and donate to our guys walking from Texas Sports Unfiltered, donate to a really great cause. We'd love to have your help and love you be part of our team as we try and raise some money for the St. Jude's Children Research Hospital. That is what we are hoping for. So if you don't want any information on that, head to our social media for Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're going to get to Jerry Jones Hour. Roy says there is a biopic in the work for Macho Man Randy Savage. I've not heard this. I'm going to have to do some research and see if this is a real thing. I don't know who you can get to play him properly. He was a lunatic, the best kind. The stories about him are amazing. That is a crazy man, but it was great. Yeah, like he's a minor league baseball player, Matt.
I did not know that.
Macho Man, he wanted to be a baseball player. When that fell through and he got cut, that's when he went back. His dad was a famous wrestler, Lanny Poffo, and he had the record for push-ups at one point. The Guinness record for push-ups. And then so Macho Man came into that, and then they were like, you're a little timid and everything else. So he came up with the voice, and he was like the wild man Randy Savage. And then he became the Macho Man when he went up to work for WWE, but they were like a different promotion. The story's kind of interesting. And then, yeah, down the stretch, and then, how much they'll touch in on all this stuff of later in life and the late run and when he was kind of getting crazy. And then at the end, he was just like a cool dude again. Like he just kind of calmed down. So it'll be interesting. The voice is going to be hard, though. There's only a few people who can do the voice really well, and none of them look like Macho Man. But if you ever
Can you do the voice, Patrick?
I can do it a little bit. I can't do it as good as some other ones. Dan Soder is the one who does it the best, but I'll try and get to it here in a minute. I got to try and feel the voice if I can.
I think you should do the show outro in the Macho Man Randy Savage voice.
Oh yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage. Yeah, coming at you live. Yeah, Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yeah, coming at you. Snap into it. Yeah, gonna take you, Matt. Put you in a headlock, get you down, jump from the highs of the top rope. All of that. Yeah, love Macho Man.
Wow.
Big Macho Man
fan. That's incredible.
we used to do at parties. I used to get drunk and I would do Macho McConaughey, which is I would just say lines from Dazed and Confused as Macho Man. And then so you just walk through and you'd be like, hey, the coolest thing about high school girls, yeah, you get older and they stay the same age. Yeah, dig it. And so dumb stuff, but fun stuff back in the day.
Oh my God.
Let's get to the Jerry Jones Hour. Jerry's probably got a great Macho Man too. Wanted to ask you as a run of time. We'll just get to this one. Green Bay Packers coming to Dallas, coming to Arlington for this game. And the question was asked of Jerry Jones, will he have the tribute to Micah Parsons? A lot of teams, when the player goes away, they trade the player away. He doesn't just leave in free agency. And the player was a face of the franchise guy that when they come back, they kind of pay him a tribute. Jerry Jones has said no tribute to Micah Parsons will be done. No video package, nothing honoring him before the game. Do you think, because he's only 25, it's not like he had this long run where he played for them for 8-10 years, but he was the face of the franchise, sold jerseys, was the guy. Do you think they should do something? And if so, what should they do?
I mean, I don't think you do like when Luka came back to Dallas, they did like a big tribute video and Luka cried and, it was this big to do, and it was well deserved because he was there for a long time and he was amazing for a long time. Micah Parsons was there for 4 years. He made 4 Pro Bowls, 2 first-team All-Pro teams, 1 second-team All-Pro team. He had like the 5th most sacks in the NFL over that time period. He was the best player on your team. He sold the most jerseys. I think you should at least like mention him. Like, it doesn't have to be a tribute video, but be like, before the game, you say something, or you put like a picture up on the board saying thank you, Micah, or like something like that.
Yeah.
He deserves that much, especially considering the way that you treated him during that last, few months in Dallas. But Jerry's not going to do that.
No, I don't. Jerry's still sitting on the whole thing of, we offered him a contract that was the best contract he would ever get. And he came back and asked for more money and held us up. That's Jerry Jones' official line on the Micah Parsons. We had agreed to a contract. He wanted more money, and that's why he didn't sign with us.
Yeah. And it's petty. It's very Jerry Jones. It's very on brand, so I'm not surprised by it. I think they should do at least a little something, but they won't. And then Micah Parsons is going to come out and he's going to sack Dak Prescott like 3 or 4 times.
What do you think? Do you think he has a special dance ready for Dak Prescott?
I don't know. I feel like it would have to be something that's a shot at Jerry Jones. I don't know what that could be. But I'm sure he's got something in his bag, because I think that he's going to come screaming off the edge at one point and just absolutely obliterate Tyler Guyton. And, and just blow up Dak Prescott, and then maybe he'll just bow. I don't know.
Do you think we could do one where like fake signs a contract or something?
Ooh, I like that. Where like one of his teammates comes up and hands him a fake piece of paper, and then he just goes and then tears it.
Tears it up. I don't know. That one. I'm curious.
You know what I hope he does?
What's that?
I hope that he like sacks Dak Prescott near the goal line, maybe even a safety, and then maybe he recovers a fumble or gets an interception or something. I hope he gets the ball in his hands at some point.
Yeah.
And then he runs to the middle of the star and plants the ball in the middle of the star like T.O. did.
That is one way to make Jerry Jones the good guy in this story to Dallas fans. That is the one way to do it, to disrespect the star. And they're like, I knew we didn't like that guy. I knew that guy was no good for us. That does feel like it. Yeah. I don't know. I wanted to if he could do like a JJ, something with the Jays, just to really throw some shade at Jerry Jones, because he has no problem with Dak Prescott. The problem is with Jerry. So the dance has to be Jerry-centric.
Yeah, it's got to be the contract thing.
They had signing a contract, maybe an old man walk in there, throw something in if he can do a good old man walk.
Or maybe he runs to the middle of the star and just wipes his feet.
Yeah, because I don't feel like I don't know if he's going to disrespect the Cowboys as much as, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Let's get to our meathead of the day, Matt. Wanted to throw this one in there with you. This is, how we have cheerleaders now. They're adding male cheerleaders in the NFL this season, and people ask what could go wrong. Genuinely, I don't care. I don't know if I've ever at an NFL game cared about cheerleaders. Because if I'm going to an NFL game, I have probably spent more than like 7 months rent to get a ticket to go to this game. And you got to go, and then you're getting there. And then either I'm in the upper deck where I can't even see them, or if I'm close, I'm like, get out of I'm trying to watch football. I don't need this. I'm not 15 years old. I don't need this anymore. So I don't know if it doesn't bother me at all. But I did see that the Saints cheerleading squad is doing about as well as the football team.
5, 6, 7, 8, 1, now.
Oh my God!
We gotta wait for Timothy.
Lily, are you okay?
I told you it was slipping.
Oh my goodness gracious. If you missed that one, here is once again these Saints cheerleaders trying to do a choreographed dance. We see 2 of the male cheerleaders holding up one of the girls trying to do something, and then one of them just loses the grip completely.
5, 6, 7, 8, 1, now.
Oh my God!
We gotta wait for Timothy.
Lily, are you okay?
I told you it was slipping.
Oh my goodness. That right there. That is how the Saints season is going to go this year, isn't it, Mads?
Oh my! I hope she's okay.
Yeah, she's fine. They're young.
They
Bounce
just
back
threw
from
her into the. He just threw her into the upper deck. Like that was violent, man. I don't know. That's rough. Yeah, the Saints they can't do anything right. They don't have a quarterback. They don't have
That is that's a great place of if you're just the Saints cheerleaders, you just see them and they just progressively have more like neck braces and bandages as the season goes on.
Well, like, what's the goal there? If it works, you're gonna rip the girl's arms out of the sockets. She's gonna walk around with double.
I'm sure there's some way that's supposed to work. I don't think they're trying to figure it out on their own. There was a person there that seemed like they were the cheerleader coordinator.
Yeah,
guessing they've seen this. Fire that guy. It was Kellen Moore. It was Kellen Moore. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. Let me see if I can slip back into Macho Man for the outro. I got to see if I can. Let me get my voice cleared. Oh, yeah, remember to keep your underwear clean. Be nice. Be safe. Keep your underwear clean. And we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more. Yeah, from Open Gym. Yeah.